We are
Dude,
live. It's not made for kids YouTube, don't worry.
I was going to ask if you do it on YouTube as well.
Yeah, it is. So both YouTube and Twitch.
Cool.
Which we can... Where's the share link? Copy. Going to put it on Twitch here. If you want to share that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm not sure where you sent it, so... Oh, I guess
on Twitch
here.
chat. And it's like in this chat. Let's retweet some stuff. Live now. Yeah. Let's see. Is there some music on this? Settings. I know there's a way to do it. There's banners. Brand. Oh, there we go. Let's try this one. Oh, so this one. This sounds interesting. It's built into StreamYard.
So it's like some kind of like royalty-free stuff?
I think so. I think we can upload our own, but they have like some included by default. I guess I don't need this anymore.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not bad.
In chat. Hi, tech support.
What's up, tech support? How's it going? All right. So what did you have in mind? By the way, I've never asked you this. Why do you have 2 Twitter accounts?
I was so afraid that you will. Yeah, I'm not speaking about that. That's
okay.
Like that's the how do you say it? This is going out of bounds. We're not talking about it.
Okay, sure, no problem. Just wondering.
Yeah, it's just a thing. I have like a lot of accounts, and
oh, so we only know about 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Now I'll have to do some sort of a hunt.
Yeah, you're not going to figure out the other ones. I assure you.
Okay, got it. Okay.
But now you're going to read Twitter and think like, is that him again?
Probably, yeah. Every time I see something like, oh, is this him?
No, it's not tech related. So
it's like Secret Invasion. Are you watching it? It's going on right now.
I don't know. Is that like a TV show?
It's a Marvel show. Yeah.
Oh right, with Nick Fury, I guess.
Yeah, Nick Fury's in there, and the whole premise is that Skrulls have infiltrated like everything on Earth, so you can basically never like Skrulls are shapeshifters, so it could literally be anyone. There are at least 2 Parasocial Fix Twitch accounts out there. Interesting. Good to know.
Yes, that's true.
All right, so
I think I have at least like 4 Twitch accounts. So
interesting.
Yeah. Again, you're not going to find it, so it's don't worry about it.
Do you ever stream on them, or do you just have the accounts?
Yeah. So I stream on 2. So there's like a Parasocial, which is like the my main stream account, which I was sick for so I was traveling, then I was sick, so it's I did maybe 2 videos in last 6 months or so. So it's it's but it's my regular account where I do my kind of regular videos, but there is also kind of behind the scenes account. Oh, where's this all zoomed in?
Yeah.
So there's a one that's called Making Fix. So it's kind of behind the scenes. It's more of I usually do kind of co-working stuff. So where I just work, and if someone's hanging out in the chat, that's not always happening because I never published it anywhere. So it's but it just keeps me kind of more focused on what I'm working compared to just I don't know, just switching to Twitter every 5 minutes. So
right. Timing was immaculate. The zooms happened just when you did code hands. It was probably accidental.
Yeah, so that's the account he's talking about. He actually, I think he was like the first person who chatted on that account when I started, or
Nice.
something like that. Yeah, so
cool. So tech support knows a lot of about the parasocial lore.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, so just in terms of like what is happening, we okay. I had it open for a second, and now it's yeah. Okay, it's working now. But let's start from the start, I guess. Like,
okay.
We were working on this template starter, kind of like almost like a framework. I don't know how to like properly call it, which called B2B SaaS.
Show it. I can like share screen.
Yeah.
Or later.
I don't know. So it's like I'm not going to. I'm probably not going to talk about. I mean, I am actually sharing screen, right? So I can do that.
Yeah.
I think you need to switch. Yeah. So this is like b2bsaaskit.com. This is like all the services or like libraries that we use, and we have kind of like a demo application, because this is like, we don't use it at work. We use kind of like similar setup, but not this exactly. So we wanted to create like an application so we can like test if stuff works. And and basically we just had like a like Propel Auth just had like some kind of like outage recently, and we were like, okay, we need to we need to figure out like should we look into like some alternatives, and Clerk is obviously kind of like on the top of our lists, and just because of this outage, just because of this we kind of like got a bit more motivated than usual.
Nice.
But yeah, the idea is to be a bit like an alternative for kind of like Create T3 app, if that makes sense. Create T3 app is basically like the best stack for Next.js, like before React Server Components, I guess, right? Because they're like not sure about what to do with React Server Components yet. But this is kind of like, this is the best thing. This is the best starting point if you want to do something on Astro. That's at least like how I want to think about it.
Okay.
And so we're using Astro, we're using React, we're using React Router. So if you go to Parasocial Fix, right, and you have like a chat support open, right, I can still go between pages, and this chat support is not going anywhere, right? That's the.
How's that built?
Right.
Fog Vendor.
The chat support?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the chat support is our Fog Vendor is where I work, which is also like built with Astro.
Okay.
So we do customer support, but for like teams instead of we have some AI stuff, because like everyone has to do AI stuff.
Yep.
But the idea is that when I talk with so A is like an agent, so that's like two people who are supporting me right now, or like on the other side. And if right now I'm in this organization JLRK, but if this organization had like more users, all of users of my team are going to talk in the same room, or like however they choose it. So the idea is that like, you know how some companies provide support like on Discord, right? So like the whole company is on Discord, the whole kind of like consumer, everyone from the consumers are on Discord. But like, you're not going to talk about like your authentication not working and sending your like tokens and stuff, right, over Discord. You need some kind of like private things. So this thing is private for your organization. So
Nice.
if we talk to like Propel about their like outage, we're talking like Andre is talking to Andrew, who's like CEO of Propel. Like I don't know what is going on, even though like I'm in the same organization as Andre, right? And someone from like engineer from Propel off, they don't know what like their CEO is talking about, right? So like it's not it's not like transparent, but none of the real companies are going to use Discord because it's like it's like how are you going to talk about stuff like that when you are like sending around like all the like private information?
They want private support channels for sure.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm using if I'm selling something, right, and we're using like Clerk, for example, for authentication, like I'm talking about my private information with like my customer. So it's like it's not only like my stuff, it's probably also going to be some stuff about my customers. So but anyway, so this is kind of like in the middle between like intercom or whatever the other ones that are like floating widgets and like Discord. You can use Discord and it's like great feature wise, but it's not going to work for real companies. And real companies have to use intercom, even though it's basically impossible to use, or like email or something like that. But anyway,
so this chat is like organization wide. Everyone in the organization sees the same chat room, and there's also...
So it could be like multiple chat rooms if you have a really if you have like a really thing that is like only like few people need to know about it, you can create like private rooms that are like limited to organization, but also like limited to like some people on organization and stuff like that. And maybe like not every agent should be able to see it, so you can like limit on that on the other side. And there are a lot of features for Fogbender, but unfortunately like we couldn't figure out like marketing for it. So in a sense, this like B2B SaaS kit thing is like just to get people like know about Fogbender. And if you like start with this, you will have this as your baseline, and you will realize that all other support options are much worse. And you're like, oh, I already have Fogbender set up, and it's like the best one ever. Like why am I going to switch to like intercom or I forgot what the other ones are, like Zendesk or something. But so this is
a big one.
When people see that this is built with Astro, this is the thing that they're like a bit confused of. Like, okay, but how do you do this?
Fair. I mean, that's called islands.
So, but like the URL is changing, right?
Okay, interesting. I don't know too much about Astro. I thought islands persist between pages. Do they not? Okay, they do not.
It's a tricky question. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out if I finish this thought first. So this is our starter. It has a lot of kind of like features built in, and we think that people who are like starting a project, they will be set kind of like for success using this thing. And if they don't like something, they can kind of like just remove it or like not use it, right? So like if you don't want to use Stripe, just like don't configure it, right? So that's kind of like the approach. But so what we give is like this template that you could just git clone and you just like start it. So the idea is that if I start it right now, and that is going to be like a bit of the answer of like how Astro works. So this is like the local version of this thing, and so it's running on localhost 3000, and it's just I mean it's dev version, so it has like a bit more like the tailwind is inline and all that stuff. But the way that I was just going to show, it's like, hey, it's just HTML, it's some Tailwind and some like Astro styles, like set up your own like process trends, right? So all of this like all of this text is just there. Like if you're thinking about like SSR, right? it's more like server components. So when we send this thing over the wire in Astro, we're not sending any JavaScript. So if I go to like React DevTools, like I don't have anything. It's just
it just rendered hydrated.
Yeah. It's just rendered on the server, and there's like no kind of like client interactions that would require JavaScript, which is like a pretty cool thing.
It is,
for your like landing page, right? Your landing page is going to have like 4 megabytes of like images and videos. Like, why are you sending like 400 kilobytes of JavaScript with that?
Yeah. Hopefully smaller images. Cool. So where do you want to get started then?
Yeah. So and just to answer your like question about like about the like okay. I guess where I want to get started is the like dev setup. So you just started, you will get this like landing page, and it's like, hey, configure your thing, and it will show you like instructions how to get everything running. So this is our like instructions for Propel, right? So go to Propel, create an account, and do all of that stuff. If I go right now to application, because we didn't set anything, right? It will show like, hey, like we don't have the database, we don't have the like authentication server, like there's no way.
Cool error handling.
Yeah, it's actually I'm so proud of this. All of this is done through Astro.
Nice.
Their like DX thing is that if you're going on your website and you have like a 400 like in API somewhere, it will like destroy everything that you're doing right now, and it will show you like a huge error message. So that stuff that you get, you're like, oh, I forgot to check in the console. We had like so many like requests that were like not successful, but something like just stuck in the loading state or something like that, right? And you just like missed it. Astro will be like really loud about it. And like in this case, it's actually server like a how do you call it? This is like not API call that failed, not something like in background. This is like foreground kind of like error. So so this is the error message that T3 shows. I'm sure you probably heard about it. It's basically they took away like the part from T3 app that does like type checking for environment variables. And
it's a file that has Zod schemas for the client, the environment variables you want exposed to client and the ones you want exposed to server.
I made it better.
Cool. How?
Yeah, so I have like this this custom like on validation error hook. So without this, the error message is going to be like that. It's like invalid environment variables, and you have to like scroll to find what went wrong. So
you should push this as a PR.
Yeah, exactly. It's like maybe they were afraid that it could like contain some kind of like information that I don't know, but I feel like this is better.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and this like hint thing, this is just like Astro error. Like I don't think they like I don't remember how it works. Yeah. They don't like expose it, so I had to like shim my own. But those errors has this hint, which is like the instructions here. So instructions could have like a code highlighting. They could have links and all of that stuff. So this is like a really, you can create like really nice error messages in Astro, and yeah, I don't know, like I'm a big fan of this.
Cool. Didn't know Astro had like such extensive error handling. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, and it goes like in like fun ways. So like this is like instruction for I don't know, like for Propel, say setup. Propel. Oops. Setup Propel MD. So if I like forget to set title message in my maybe not title. Oh, it's eject. Okay, setup. What's happening? Okay, this one. Yeah. So if I forget to like set up something, it will show you like, hey, your markdown should have like a title required, or it could be like authors, right? And it will be like, it will check if you have a typo in an author name. So it's like a really cool cool error messages, cool kind of like DX kind of like things for they call it content collections, where you do this like markdown collections. Yeah, so again, like this page also like almost no JavaScript. The only JavaScript that we do is like we do this like nice nice animation.
Right. Is that a React component?
It was React component at some point. So this is like with JavaScript disabled. So it's like it still works, just like not as nice animations.
Wait, how does it make a request to the server?
Oh, so server sends you the whole page. So like everything is going to be there, and it's just kind of like details summary kind of like thing. It's a bit more complicated. Okay. Because we need to have like a few features. So like this thing is a label. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's hard to explain this sort of stuff to React developers.
No, I know details and summary, and you can definitely add some CSS on top of it to make that animation work.
Yeah, so it's not using detail summary. It's like a similar trick, but like with CSS.
Nice.
So this is a label.
I've done a few of these.
So I don't know, it's probably like too small. So this is a label, and inside of it, it has a checkbox. So when I click on the label, that checkbox is like checked or not. And this thing, it will check if this input is checked, then like do something like that. Otherwise, it's like it should be hidden, or I don't remember like which element it's that. But it does like the height. I think it just like I don't remember. It's CSS stuff. Like I very quickly forget how that works. But the main point is that it even works without JavaScript. And nice. So this page, the only JavaScript that we have is like setup step something. So this is the old JavaScript that we have, and it makes sure that we store the last one that you clicked in local storage. And
web components, really?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter if they're web components or not. The idea is that web components is this is how I use web components, by the way.
Nice.
So you have this like details body web component, right? So this one. And for what do I even use it for? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Are you using it with solid? Nice.
Yeah. So solid has like a kind of like a signals library, right? And like a rendering framework with it. And I don't use the rendering framework part. The only part that it does, it will go to, so I have like this create effect. And there is like there is a render thing, but it doesn't render anything. It's like a null. It's just a way to pass. It's just a way to make sure that you clean up everything. But we use this style thing. So the style will go to that HTML element. So it's like HTML element, right? And it will make sure that this like CSS is updated with the correct value. So it's not like a component that does this, because this element is already like on the page. So we don't want to re-render it just to change like CSS property, right? So instead, we're just kind of like going and pinpoint, kind of like changing like one property. So I wouldn't call this like using solid, but
it's using solid's reactivity, not the rendering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
I wonder if like you can put it inside the HTML element somehow, like just in the constructor or something.
Sure. Yes, you can, but the cleanup is going to be a bit harder, because when you do it like that with the render function, it will create what they call like reactive root, or owner something, I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
That is there to make sure that like once you are not doing anything, once you're like unmounting this component, it will like
Mm-hmm.
destroy all the like listeners. So we do like event listener, right? And like we need to get rid of it later. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a you can write it down as like a regular JavaScript, and
Mm-hmm.
if you don't want to use custom or if you don't want to use web components, the only way that like web components are like doing anything, this is like this. They are each web component has like a link to like HTML element that they created.
Yeah, it's like
instead
a ref in React.
Yeah. Instead of doing like document, what is it, like select?
Query selector?
Yeah. Document query selector. Yeah. So instead of like doing this, where you just like search every element and like add event listeners, remove event listeners, all that stuff, custom elements allow you to do that automatically. So even if you go and like delete this element, right, and like and then put it back, it has all of those hooks to like rerun that constructor again. So it's just like I remember in jQuery they had this. It was jQuery Live or something like that. Yeah, .live.
They had what, like reactivity?
It's not reactivity. It's just like a way for you to say like, hey, every button that has like this class, when it shows up on the page, I want to add a click on it.
Okay.
And this is what web components are basically.
So when it shows up, instead of like it should be there when I'm running this code.
Yeah. And because
nice.
that could be a problem, because if you're like streaming something or like who knows, like if you just have like new HTML, you like added it through Ajax or something like that. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, you could do something like that. So I have a link, and that link, when it's clicked, should do something like that. But it's like, what if this link is added? What if that class was removed from the link, right? So that could kind of like happen. This was declarative programming in jQuery, if that makes sense.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like the setup. Using solid reactivity with web components.
Yeah. They actually have this thing called solid element.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now here.
Yeah, which is their kind of like answer to Lit in a sense. It's like, you can just like build a framework using that. And I used it a few times, and it's nice, but it's like not what I was going for here.
Okay.
Anyway, so this is kind of like just like Astro. This is if you talk to anyone about Astro, this is sort of stuff they're going to talk with you about. It's like, if you want to do like this setup instructions, and those setup instructions should be like updated. Should be updated like when you add like some kind of like when you configure Doppler, you should see like this check mark. When you configure Propel, you should see this check mark. It's like you don't need like React for that. It's like just like do a server check and it's going to work.
Yeah.
So this is like perfectly kind of like Astro. Once you have some kind of like if I had like this support widget here, right? When I click on the home page, it's going to like do this full page navigation, right? So you can see it like through the spinner on the top. I should probably close a few things.
Oops. Keep hitting my mic. Sorry, my bad. So walk me through your stack here a bit.
Yeah.
Why do you choose the technologies that you did? I mean, Astro kind of makes sense.
Has it?
Maybe? I don't know. Okay, include that then. Let's start with Astro. Let's start with React, actually.
Yeah, so this is where React starts to happen. So this component, for example, it's a React component. And if I want to use it, I need to have React. And if I go now to DevTools and I see the components, it's like, oh, I have like TRPC, I have like I have like everything, right?
This is React's craziness, yeah.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that like when I highlight over it, It's like, but like not completely everything is React. So like, for example, this footer is not part of React. So that means that when I kind of like click between pages, right? It's the same footer. It's like React doesn't touch it. Maybe like this is a better way to see it.
But this is still being rendered on the server, right? So you're still getting a new footer HTML every time?
No. So you see that I selected it? When I click on something else, it's like it's still there. It's like that element, whichever, like this footer element, is like it's not changing when I do stuff. It's like this div changes.
Is there client-side routing here?
Yes.
Interesting.
So it has to be client-side routing because you want to preserve this widget.
Right, yeah.
And
okay, so if you go to / here's how I think this is working. If you go once you go to /app, you have like some routing in React that takes over, and the links, like whenever you go to different links, it doesn't make an HTTP request because the router intercepts that.
Yeah, exactly. So all of those links are like link component from React router.
Right. Okay. So you want, I guess React.
This is
go ahead.
Yeah, and this is like just a href, right? So when I click on it, it's like a full page navigation.
Okay. So I mean, React, I guess you just want React because most people know React. That's fine. Why Astro instead of Remix or Next?
Right. So I think the next is the easiest one to explain. Is like I don't like Next. I think it's Next is a good promise that was never delivered. Every time I use Next, it's kind of like how Windows, like you can program on Windows. It's like, yeah, I tried every 5 years and it's not there.
Okay. Sure.
It's like
no, I understand.
Yeah, and in terms of philosophy, it's a bit of like, yeah, here is like a bus, and you can do everything that you need in a bus, right? If you want to go grocery shopping, just drive a bus. If you want to do like a nice walk in nature, just take a bus with you. And it's like, sure, that's probably true, but it doesn't feel right.
Okay, and so what is Astro then?
Astro is just like a shop where you go and you're like, hey, I need a bicycle today. Hey, I need like a car today. And sometimes it's like, hey, I need a bus today.
So Astro is a travel agent instead of just a single bus.
Yeah. I guess in this analogy, it's like two travel agents, and like one of them just only has buses, and it's like that's the only thing they sell.
Oh, by the way, Board Solo Dev, thanks for the follow. That was a while ago. I completely forgot to see that. And Gabriel, how's it going? Long time no see. I don't know if you're still here.
Yeah, I don't see anything because it's like if I go back to StreamYard, it's going to be like this infinity like.
Come on, get multiple monitors. Get like 3 monitors at least.
Exactly. Yeah. So Astro can give you like a tool that you need for the job. So when I go to that landing page, I only use what I need for a landing page. I know that like the thing that they will tell you in React, but like in Next.js world is like, yeah, but here you have this like link/app. Don't you want this navigation to be instant and your app to preload like every JavaScript that you need for that page? So when I click on it, you will see the spinner. And I say no. So like,
cool.
Wouldn't that be cool if when you click on it, there's like a React server components, like a routing thing that will happen, and it will calculate the exact diff that you need between like this page and that page? No. Yeah. This page is simple HTML page, and I want to keep it as a simple HTML page. Like, why does it have to be this complicated to click on one link? It's like, what's the difference between this and like Next.js, right? Like Was my experience right now much worse than Next.js? It's fine. It's like everyone is used to it working like that, and unfortunately, everyone is now used to stuff. When you click on the link, it takes 3 seconds for like everything to hydrate, right? Which is not not that much
server
better.
components don't necessarily hydrate. They just send a JSON blob that gets stiffed. So it's not really hydration. It's still being rendered on the server.
Yeah.
And from like authoring perspective, it's like you're still just writing 2 different pages. So like you don't have like, there's some complex mechanism going on, but you don't have to touch that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I just want to note that unlike I'm not interested in Next.js, but I think React Server Components is like a great thing. So once React Server Components are out and once I can use them, I will use them. But
I fully agree with that.
Anyway, so like for this page, I want this to be an app. I want this to be authenticated. I want this to show like this React widget. I want to have how is it, like React query or tank stack query or web query. They have like 3 names now for the same thing. So like I want to get all of this stuff. It's true that I can get all of this stuff with Solid, but like I think it's just going to be like a bit of harder sell. I think the plan is to have this B2B SaaS kit with like examples with Solid. And for people who care about that sort of stuff, like me, I would be using like that like version of it or like that kind of like flavor of it. But for most people, I think it for them is like much more important to be able to like npm install something and get stuff running, as opposed to like, hey, my page is like 100 kilobytes like smaller in bundle size. Yes, it is 100 kilobytes smaller in bundle size, but like once you are in application where your users expect to see spinners, it's like it's not going to convince anyone. So for example, like in Fog Panther, we have like this admin page, and it's like it shows like some kind of like loading state and all that stuff. Like you will open this page and keep it open for 2 weeks. It's like it doesn't matter that it showed the spinner at first. It's like it's not a thing that you will like convince anyone to use. That's where I will go for a boss.
Yeah, that's the same argument that Tanner makes a lot of times. Most of the apps that he's working on, like it's mostly SPAs and stuff. So server-side rendering is not super helpful there because you cannot cache anything anyways. So what's the point?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I want to have like flavor with like tank stack router and like with solid start. But it's just like I'm a bit limited in bandwidth, right, to do all of this stuff.
I mean, he's already building tank stack start. So
I'm really
excited for it.
I'm really on top of that. Like I tested all of his not working demos, and and I managed to get most of them working. So this thing was supposed to be tank stack router thing.
Okay.
It didn't cut it in terms of just bugs that it had. So
yeah, I mean it's still in beta, so makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really aware of what Tanner is doing.
Of course.
Yeah. So speaking of that, we have React app. We have tons of that, like providers and stuff.
Cool.
We need to hydrate. We need to have our like router. We need to have like all of this stuff that like nav links, right? So all of this stuff that. When I'm like on this page and if like prompts take a while, it will show like some kind of like pending state, which is all of the like features of Remix router. So it used to be called React router, now they call it Remix router, right? The thing is that this is not Remix, so it doesn't have the same kind of like a progressive enhancement story. There are a lot of kind of like features that are missing from Remix, but if you use Remix, you will kind of like get what is happening pretty quickly.
Okay.
For so like that, going back to like why not Next.js? I don't think Next.js is
Yeah,
that
fair.
great. Why not Remix? I think Remix is pretty great,
Hmm.
but it's a bit kind of like too opinionated,
That's
and
fair.
that could be a good thing, especially if you're like an agency that needs to support like 10 websites.
Hmm.
You want those 10 websites look exactly the same, work exactly the same, deploy to like exactly the same thing, and like
Yeah, and you can easily
that's
switch people working on one to
yeah,
two.
yeah, 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 exactly. And I think Remix is really great at that.
Yeah.
Like if you have like 10 side projects,
Hmm.
you probably want all of them be like on Remix, because
I mean, it's like
that's
anything that's opinionated. If you agree with the opinions, it's great. If there are some opinions you don't like, then you want something
yeah.
else.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like Next.js on that kind of like spectrum, it's not that as opinionated as like Remix. So like two Next.js projects are going to be like more different than two Remix projects.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cool.
I think it's like it's a great niche that they are doing. They are like taking.
Hmm.
It's just not exactly like fitting the kinds of application that I'm working on, and that's basically kind of like the same answer for Svelte, which is like Svelte is kind of like a remix for people who hate
Pretty
React, right?
much.
So
Yeah.
that's that's
Or
just
solid
like
start.
sure, yeah. Solid Start is for people who like okay with React, I guess.
Mhm. Yes, people who hate React, it's SvelteKit or Nuxt for them. And Nuxt is
Yeah,
even SvelteKit is basically remix. Nuxt is
yeah.
still different. They still have a lot of their new
Yeah,
primitives.
Noxt is a fun one. They are more like a catch-all. When you go to Noxt, they're like,
Hmm.
we have everything. You're like,
Yeah,
no, but I need like virtual DOM with signals. They're like, we have it. Like, but I need this. Like, yeah, we have it. It's like there's no way that you can say something that we don't have. And it's like, I have like server. I want a server components that are like, yeah, we have it.
yeah.
It's like it's all there. It's just it's not documented. Like, good luck with that. But like, it's all there. Like,
Very
yeah.
interesting. Okay, so that's for React and Astro. What else are you using in here? You,
So we're using Tailwind, which is like
of course.
feels like a standard right now, and
Yep, pretty much.
yeah,
I was actually yesterday. Um, I was talking to a friend, and I was building a project with him, basically like from scratch. And he has pretty much never done like Tailwind or React before.
uh-huh.
And I gave him like I built a little bit with Tailwind in front of him, gave like explained it a bit, and then from that point he picked it up so quickly because like if you have some knowledge of CSS, then you can very easily get to know what Tailwind is and very easily get productive with it. So yeah, the intro curve is ridiculously low with Tailwind.
Yeah. And
Very exciting.
yeah, my story with Tailwind is that like I never cared too much to learn about CSS. So like I had like a few times in my career where it was like, okay, I can go learn like BEM, or I
Hmm.
can just like get this thing running and like never think about CSS again. And
Hmm.
like I always choose the other thing, right? So like
Yeah.
I never got deep into CSS, and
Hmm.
so for me, Tailwind just like made sense. It's like, yeah,
Hmm.
that's how CSS works. Like, why are we so upset about
Yeah.
it?
And you can still do BEM on top of Tailwind. It's like if you want to do BEM, Tailwind makes it
I
easier than regular
I don't know
CSS.
what BEM is, so like,
Same. I don't think anyone does. That's the whole
yeah.
point.
Isn't like BEM like a thing like from Yandex or something? Is like, because I'm from Russia, so like I think
Yeah.
that's like they
Go,
invented
go to
it.
this. Yeah, they did. If you go to the yeah, Yandex uses BEM for front end.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like how I heard about it. Is like those Russians that created like this thing, and I was like, okay, they
Yeah,
probably
there
know
are
what
a
they're
few of
doing.
these competing with each other.
Yeah. So,
so TRPC, Tailwind makes sense. TRPC makes sense. Drizzle makes sense.
We do prettier.
Of course.
We do ESLint, which is like not exactly like set up the correct way, which is like always the problem with it.
That's fair.
So we do TRPC, which is again for Astro. Not many people will expect that. Like,
I mean, it's a nice thing to have.
Yeah. And so, for example, when you go to that, okay, I forgot what I was going for. Yeah. So if you go to like prompts page, so this page, like, in order to get like those prompts, it's a like TRPC call. But what you notice is that if when you refresh, there is like no loading state for that. So it's already built into like HTML. Like all the hydration stuff is already there. So this is when you go to like all the instructions how to use TRPC. That's the stuff where maybe like not TRPC. I didn't use TRPC Next to know for sure how that works. But so I think you would just put stuff and get initial props. Is that how it works, right? Have you used TRPC?
With like server-side rendering with TRPC?
Yeah, so you wanna make sure that your like this query, right, for prompts is hydrated. It's like all the prompts are there when you refresh the page. I think Theo just says like, yeah, don't worry about it, just show loading spinners. And
but there is a SSR flag in TRPC that you can turn on, and I think that basically enables it when it's doing an SSR run. I think that like TRPC will make that call and include it in the data somehow. I don't know. I don't deal with SSR anymore. I'm just like I've moved everything to app directory now.
Yeah, so this is basically like what we're doing here. We're just like, we don't have like SSR flag, right? Because there is like no TRPC Astro, but we do this hydration stuff. So for example, like on settings page, I don't have this turned on. This is just for kind of like to show how it's different. So like for this page, I show a loading thing, and this request is resolved when the page is open. But for this one, I can make sure that like the state is there, and it's there even if I like navigate to it, right? So it's like it didn't show the page in loading state, and it's there if I render it for the first time. So this is sort of kind of like a flexibility that you can get out of this thing, and I just need to like document everything up because like there are like no guides to set it up correctly. Yeah, so that's TRPC. I think it makes sense if you're doing like kind of like full stack JavaScript thing, which of course, which is like we don't do it at work. We use like Elixir on backend, so like we don't use TRPC at work, but we use React Query at work. So it's kind of like similar stuff, just without server rendering or without like the type safety, unfortunately, with Elixir. So we use Doppler. Doppler is basically it's just to manage your secrets. I think people use like Vercel secrets or however they call right now, or just have like .env file and just like share tokens on Slack. Doppler is a bit more. Yeah, exactly. Doppler is a bit more automated thing. So Doppler, when you run with Doppler, it will go basically like to Doppler server and ask for configuration for this app for that user. So if you have like 3 people on a team and one of them is like that has like access to production and 2 don't, like they can still use the like development environments, like easily share them through Doppler, but like only DevOps guy like has all the like AWS secrets or whatnot like for production. So this is to automate all of that kind of like secret management and like just like not sending things through Slack. That's like the whole story about this thing.
I need to start using one of these.
I'll
be right back. I need to run to the bathroom and keep talking to the chat.
Yeah. Can you turn off the sharing? Okay, he already left. So, okay, there's going to be the screen mirroring. Oh, I guess he did. Okay. Can I send something to chat? Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, hello. Oh, Nicola joined. Nicola probably heard a lot of this stuff already. Okay. Get server-side props with gRPC proxy, client props, React query, initial data. What I do? Okay, so you're doing the bit like the harder thing, and I think when people are using Remix, they have to do this sort of stuff. They have to download stuff in loaders on the server through gRPC, and then they have to use loader data and put that as initial props. So I only use it in 1-2 places. I think that's kind of like that makes sense. Again, like I'm not using it everywhere as well, because it's like not every screen is completely ruined by having like a loading spinner. So that's kind of like fun balance, I guess. Like you need to do of like, okay, I need to do this for that screen, I need to do that for that screen. So there's a bit of like impedance mismatch when you try to do gRPC with SSR using like Next or Remix or whatnot. So hopefully React Server Components are going to fix it, right? So well, we're all hoping for that.
Cool.
Okay.
So you want to get started with the Clerk?
Yeah,
You want Clerk
I'm
in
just
here?
thinking, yeah. So if you can turn on the screen sharing, I will show just like a few more things that from that thing. And this is actually so Post Hoc is our analytics. This is like optional service. You don't have to use it. Fog Bender, optional service. We talked about it. Stripe, again, optional service. And so two big ones are Supabase, because that's where you store your data. We support anything kind of like Drizzle can support. So if you like, I want to do everything in SQLite, yeah, just do that. We already have kind of like the base for you to do that. And
but Supabase also has like file storage built in.
Yeah, Supabase is a big one because they do a lot of stuff, and the same thing for like Vercel. Vercel have their own database and all that stuff. We kind of like looked into all of that stuff. Or Supabase has their own auth, right? So it's like we could like not use Propal auth and just use Supabase auth, but they do a lot of stuff, and it just felt simpler to do it this way. And just use them as like just Postgres database. So you can use like any other, I forgot, like Neon, Xata, how did they call
Zeta,
it?
yeah.
Zeta, yeah.
But they have their own CLI. I don't think it works with Drizzle. They have their own, not CLI. I mean, they have their own CLI as well, but also their own SDK to connect with the database.
I'm pretty sure they all give just like Postgres URL for you to use. So like I didn't test
it.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think we have like a staging environment running through Neon, so or Zeta. I don't remember which one, but it's like it's possible to figure out the other ones.
Neon is definitely just Postgres. Vercel's Postgres just uses Neon.
Yeah, exactly.
Zeta, I'm pretty sure, is its own thing. And like of course you can use Cockroach, PlanetScale, whatever else you want.
Yeah. Okay. So so Vercel. So Vercel is the big thing that is like I feel is like wrong with Next.js. Is like it's pretty hard to do Next.js not on Vercel. And with Astro,
I mean, OpenNext makes it pretty easy, honestly. I think.
Yeah, but it's like, do they have link to OpenNext from Next.js website?
What do you mean?
So if I go to Astro. And if I
also, I have like a quick thing to do.
Sure.
This randomly came up, so I'll Yeah, I'll let you talk to chat again. I'll be right back in just a minute.
Okay, so this is what I was just going to show. It's like, if I go to Astro, they're like, deploy us anywhere, we don't care, like do whatever. If you go to Vercel, they're like, so you can probably run it as a node standalone. And that's kind of like all that you can. Okay, so here's left. I need to figure out what I can do again. No, okay, I just need to figure out which one I was talking about. So zeta. Okay, so many loading spinners. Okay, CLI pool. Okay, so they have something for Astro, which everyone has or should have. I was just trying to remember which one do I use. Yeah, Zeta seems to have their own thing. So maybe it was Neon. Yeah. It feels
and
like
we're talking about Next.js.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was showing like this page. Like, on the Astro website, I can quickly find how to do Astro on different or in different platforms. If I go to Next.js, they have like, you can probably start it as or like as Node.js standalone.
Do they not mention OpenNext?
No, they don't do anything. So it's like Next, other hosting, or so this is your other hosting options. Yeah, just do npm start.
I mean, they don't officially. Yeah, they don't officially talk about OpenNext, but it's a thing. Like you can get pretty much all of Next.js features, all the serverless features that you want on AWS with OpenNext.
Yeah, and maybe if they cared about it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't run it as a standalone server. Like they basically do the same thing that.
I know about OpenNext, but I'm just saying that like, unfortunately, the way that it is from like Next.js side is like they don't really support it. That's why it has to be like a separate thing. So so Vercel is like, we are not like tied to Vercel. You can use other things. We just think that Vercel is like the nice one. At work we use Netlify, by the way. So so Propal. That's actually the thing that we need to like figure out how to use, what we can do apart from Propal. And this is where you come in. And I hope like Clerk is paying you like overtime because we're doing it on Saturday.
We'll figure that out.
Okay.
So why did you like pick? I guess you said you're using Propel already, right, in your other projects.
So we on FogBender we use actually we roll our own.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I know that you don't like to hear that.
No, I like to hear that because that means you know how difficult it is to roll your own. The thing is, people who haven't done who haven't written their own auth, they don't fully understand what Clerk or Propel does.
Yeah.
So you definitely need to have some experience.
So we use we don't have like everything our own. So we use it's called Uber Auth project. I don't know.
Interesting.
Uber Auth. It's Elixir kind of like framework for authentication.
Nice.
They have a lot of kind of like already kind of like pre-made things for like if you want to log in with like Google or something like that. So we use this framework for our Google login.
Okay.
And we wrote our own kind of like adapter for that framework for Cognito. So the thing is that when you sign in through this like login password thing, what we do on the login page, we download Cognito like SDK, which is like absurd amount of JavaScript, which is I don't think it's production ready. I don't know why they have it for 10 years out, right?
Cognito is an interesting piece of technology.
Yeah, so we sign in through Cognito. We get basically a Cognito token. We just send it to our backend. Our backend exchanges that token to our own session through that adapter, and we sign out of the Cognito on the client, and we'll never download that SDK again.
Nice.
Yeah, so this is our production setup. It's basically optimized on being like easy and being kind of like not sending too much stuff to client. It's like we just sign in with a session on the server, and that's it. Like then we just use that server session through that Elixir library. So I tried to do similar things for Propel, but unfortunately, the way that it works is like it will do kind of like this authentication check. It has to do that authentication check all the time because your token that you get is like 30 minutes, and you need to kind of like constantly update it. Otherwise.
Wait, 30 minutes or 30 seconds?
Minutes. So I looked a bit into like how Supabase does it, how like some other ones do it, and there is this like where is it? There is like this refresh token call. So it's through their own server. So like we don't have the access to their cookies. So it has to go to that server and talk to it through JavaScript. Otherwise, like there is no way for us to kind of like keep the session going. So it has to be this kind of like Cognito style where we have to run their SDK. So it keeps giving us the fresh token, and then we just have this saying something. Yeah.
You're filtering by fetch.
It should be in fetch. Thing. So we're going to figure out how all of this works in Clerk as well. So, I basically like I wrote a thing that like makes it so it doesn't like do it as often. So then we go to our backend and say, hey, this is the latest token that Clerk has in JavaScript. Can you just like store it in a cookie so that when I refresh this page, I use the cookie value, because like JavaScript is not put it in right yet. So they just recently, like a few days ago, made Next.js integration. So that thing will kind of like do all of that stuff for you if you use like the Next.js middleware. I'm not using Next.js, so like, I have to kind of like do all of this stuff by myself. And
tech support in chat still fixing a nasty bug with my non-GMO hand-rolled multi-tenant auth. I know what that feels like.
Yeah. So this is basically the. I guess we will do like this way. So, like I'm signing out, and I go to this page. And this is like one of those things that Propel is like not doing very great.
Okay. I'm hearing you. I'm just looking for something.
Okay. Yeah. So this is their thing, how to show login UI that is like built in on my in my application. So like all of them have it. Like Cognito also has it. Like we don't use the Cognito one. We just like build our own like completely.
Amplify also has it, which uses Cognito.
Yeah. So basically, you have like two options. So okay, that's the wrong one. So your two options are, if your user not signed in, you can just like redirect them to login page, which will look kind of like that. So it's like when you open your app unauthenticated, and when you open your app and they know that it's like 401, they will just like redirect you to this page. And where you can like store your login stuff, and it's kind of like nice. But I just wanted to see how this works. Like, can I build it into my thing? And it's complicated. The silliest thing is that I do is this purple auth CSS, and I do shadow root.
Damn. Why is this? Okay, I see what's the why it's getting complex.
Yeah.
Or all I see is that it's getting complex. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. So if I how do I undo it? So like I have this like isolate CSS thing. So if I just move everything from isolate CSS, and if I move here, it's like, okay, so now everything is kind of like borked because their CSS, the way that they wrote it, is like it's not compatible with Tailwind because Tailwind does too many kind of like resets, and they just, I guess, didn't test it. The official response was like, yeah, just style it yourself. It's like, why am I getting your UI if I have to style it myself? So instead, I did this shadow root stuff that it will basically isolate their page from like outside CSS. So in a sense, it's like it's similar to okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's kind of like how iframe works. It's like, yeah, just like put their stuff there, and like they won't see Tailwind if you do it this way. But again, it's just they weren't working on this thing like Clerk for like 7 years or whenever you guys started.
4,
I forgot.
Yeah.
Huh?
4 years, yeah.
4 years.
And we allow customizing through Tailwind classes.
Okay, that's modern of you, right?
Isn't Clerk just functionality like the UI is the easy part? Not sure I understand the question.
Like Stripe. Okay.
It's not the easy part, trust me. Both UI and the backend for auth, neither of them are easy.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people think about like next auth, right? When they think about like those authentication services.
Yeah, that's like 10% of Clerk.
Yeah, don't you guys just like show login buttons? Is that like everything that you do?
Isn't the main selling point the functionality for login? No, not really. Main selling point is functionality for login, multi-factor, OAuth, device tracking, organizations. I can go on. I made a video on this.
Okay, so this is where we are going to. This is where we are going to start. Is like I need to show some kind of like login some kind of login page to sign in, right? So this is where I use Propel right now. So I'm going to like save this as login to, right? And now the question is like, okay, so I have this page for login, so I don't need like auth provider. I mean, I will need the other one. So that's an interesting question. So I guess like I don't need this CSS stuff anymore. So this is going to be like login with me. So I wrote this thing, and now so I have this React component. I hope you can see that it's React component. I don't know what is going to give it out. I guess like
very much like
something.
a solid component.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a solid component.
It could, like, the whole app is not that big. We could rewrite it in solid. It's just like no one has the bandwidth to do that yet.
Can you show me the auth flow? Like, what exactly are you doing with auth? Like, where is the login? How does it change stuff on the application itself?
I think it's probably like too hard to go through all of this stuff at first. So
not just all of like you go to the login page and then you log in and then it goes to the app, right?
Yeah, it's just a redirects you to app. So I don't know.
Right. Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about like going through like every path that like tokens go through, and yeah, just in terms of UI, you press login and it logs you in. That's the simple part. But so I have this login page. It's in React. Like, how do I connect it to my app? And so the way that routing in Astro works, it will go to I don't know what's the easiest way to show it, but I guess like it will go to source pages, and then it will be like file-based routing. So like source pages index is just like the index page. So source pages app index is going to be the index page of this. So this is like the title, for example, right? So if I change it, that's the title here.
Okay.
So now it does this root thing. So root is the client component, which is basically the same terminology that React is using.
Yeah.
Because
that's the use client version.
Yeah, because
Astro.
it's client, the code that you run in a browser, and SSR that will run that browser code on the server to pre-render it, right? So it's like if Theo was here, we would call it use interactive, right?
Yeah.
So this is a React component. This is where we leave the Astro thing, right? So like if that footer is not in React, that means that it has to be in layout. That's the part kind of like outside of React. So so we go to root because it has because client is SSR and client in browser, it will do like two different things. It doesn't matter like which one we go to, but like let's go to the browser one, and it needs to connect some like stuff that is that is not that important for now. But then it calls React router and passes it like all the routes. And okay, so route, yes. So here are the routes, and if you are like on this public page, that's some other thing. If you're like on this app, it uses like nested layouts, nested routing. So we're like, if this is like the thing that we have, like everything under app is going to reuse that. So we will have this all sync stuff that I was showing, like that saves stuff into cookie. We have this like app navigation. We have this like Fog vendor widget, but like the rest of the app is going to go into that outlet. So for example, like this page goes into app. So we go to app, and does this one show the login? Yeah, it shows the login like here. So please sign in to continue. So if I change something here, we could send you to like the /login page. I don't know why I did this. I did it this way, but so
I think with Clerk, it would be best to have like a do you want a separate login page, or do you just want the login component on the /app?
I don't know. So I guess we will start with the thing that I have it right now. So this is where I changed like login to login to, and now I'm using the new thing that we're going to build.
Okay.
So right now it just like there are like some propolisms we don't need, but yeah, I guess this one. Login manager, yeah, it's also stuff we don't need. So okay, yeah, we will change like with some other provider a bit later. But if I do like console login here, okay, this is the wrong terminal, like this one. If I refresh this page, it doesn't do anything in the server right now. So there is no pre-rendered login page. It's going to be like a loading for like a split second, and then it switches to the login page, which is, I don't know if that's how Clerk works.
Wait, can you say that again?
So when I'm on login page, like this is login page that we show for authenticated user. We need to go to that like Clerk host first and check that returned for a 1 before we can render the login page. So that means that there is no like server-side pre-rendering for login.
Okay.
We have to get it on the client.
I mean, you could potentially also do it on the server. Yeah, on the server, like you can check in the cookies, if there is a cookie token, if it's valid or not. And if it's not valid, you can just redirect to a login page, or you can like continue to show render the page, right? You cannot do pre-rendering, but you can do server rendering if you are doing server rendering
What's
already.
the difference between pre-rendering and server rendering?
I mean, pre-rendering I thought means the static rendering and keeping a static page,
see.
right? But I guess we're not doing static anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work, right? So we will see. So
let's just start with doing it on the client for now.
Yeah, I never signed up for the Clerk before, so you can kind of like go with me through this page. So we're not doing login. Do you have GitHub? Yeah, we're going to do GitHub. And do you have like a magic links and stuff?
Yeah, email is enabled right on top. Yeah. So later you should be able to like disable password and just do emails, magic links. Like magic link is basically built in.
Yeah. Okay. So application, it's prompts with friends, localhost.
Cool.
Basically, the biggest reason we didn't choose Clerk was pricing. So how many applications do I get on the free plan?
On the free plan, I think you get like more than one. So also like you don't have to add localhost. There is like within an application, there is a development and production mode.
Interesting.
Yeah. So like if you want a development environment and a production environment, you can do it with the same application.
Okay. So we're going to start with email and GitHub. And we will just call it Prompts with Friends. Okay,
we don't have Astro up here. So I probably just stick to React.
Yeah, you have Redwood, by the way. So that's cool. So the big question is like, a lot of companies just do like React means server, means client side, and Next.js means like isomorphics, like SSR stuff, right? So is that the terminology that you basically use here?
So these are for like each of our individual clients. So like we have a package for Clerk Next.js, we have one for Clerk React, we have a Clerk Remix, Clerk Gatsby. So it's individual packages and they all look for different variable names.
Interesting. Okay, so going back to that like index page that Astro has, because you have a script tag, I can actually just use your script tag. I was just curious how that's going to work.
If you have React already, I would use that, because then I don't know if this looks for so it uses the publishable key, which is fine, I guess.
Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, I have like a.
So you would want to. We don't have the Clerk React package installed yet, right? So
no. So this is a script tag that's like CDN version. So it doesn't need anything installed. So that's
but then we are not doing anything with it yet. Like we are not showing the login component or anything.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like you added Clerk in there, but we are not interacting with it yet.
Add the following in your side body element. Okay, so your instructions are bad. This is what I'm telling you.
I mean, you are in a React project. You could just use React.
No, I'm an Astro project now. Like, don't get me confused.
But it's a React app. Yeah, so you got to do all that stuff, which I haven't done.
So do Clerk load. I think we do Clerk load, but what do we do after that? I guess.
So it's
okay. So what we need to check is like, do we have a Clerk? Do we have a Clerk global thing? So now that we have it, we can do.
If you do
like
Clerk.open sign-in,
it's ready or something like that.
Or
okay, true.
Yeah, Clerk is ready.
So Clerk is ready. That's like half of the battle, right? Now we have client handle.
There's an open sign-in, which should open sign-in like pop-up.
Okay.
There.
Oh, see.
So you can call this whenever you want to, like on the app. Maybe you just call this.
So it wasn't that hard.
Window.clerk. Or maybe you need to check for if Clerk is ready first.
Yeah. Do you have that in documentation? Await load.
On load, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm also like working on like FogBender, the React widget. We also have like a how do you call it? Like just like a script tag version, and it's like it was so tricky to figure out like what APIs to use, like what part of it should be like async and all that stuff. So okay, so if I do await load, and then I call this, will that work?
No, so we're already doing await.load in the, you see, line 19. Yeah. So we don't need to do that. I think there is I'm not sure exactly how to use the JavaScript package directly.
So we're going to do something like this. On load, basically like a global function. So if I do, I'll log on load. Okay, so I'm just going to create like a global function, and we are going to see if that worked. So I need to clear it. Okay, so could not read properties of stuff. Okay, we need to get rid of this for now, and probably just change the order. Okay, it is fine. Okay, oops.
The is in line.
I'm writing it
inside the script. Yeah.
See, you already know how to use Astro. Okay, so we called our onload thing. So we just like basically that's like a global hook, right? So now if this is async function, we can do that await stuff, and maybe once it awaited, yes.
Nice. So you already know how to use Clerk.
Yeah, exactly. And we didn't use any React to do that, right? It's like we can show this on any page.
Yeah, but I would prefer like we're going to use the React package anyways, most.
Yeah. So the
unless
problem
you like
with this,
absolutely don't want to.
Yeah, the problem with this is that like this script, kind of like if you do it from npm, it's just going to be kind of like built in, and it's going to be faster. So that's kind of like most of the. It's like why people do this, because they want to like put this in their WordPress, and they don't want to figure out like how to install like Vite on top of WordPress.
Of course, yeah.
I was just checking that it works.
And sure, yeah.
And again, like you're not going to get any like SSR or pre-rendering and all that stuff, right? So that's not the like modern way of doing it. Okay, so let's go back to. I usually like remix stuff because they are the ones that are like more like bare bones. If you look at the remix stuff, you're like, oh, I understand how this works. If you look at Next.js stuff, you're like, okay, I need to read through like Next.js docs. There's probably like a global hook that does all of this stuff. Okay, so you're okay, and again, there are like no docs what to do next.
There's literally continue in docs.
Yeah, it's like that's not.
You're on the Clerk dashboard right now. This is where like you do all the configuration stuff.
Yeah.
So this is not the documentation page.
Okay. That's what you sent me like to. So that's where I am. Okay.
But this is also the Next.js stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of like app router, again, app router is like the closest thing to like how Astro works. So I was looking at like how to set up TRPC or something like that through like app router documentation, because that's like closer to how Astro works than like Next.js documentation, right? Okay, so there are like some dependencies, and there are interesting a lot of V2 stuff. I think that's just like default right now. It's not Clerk specific, and I'm just curious why you're showing me this. Unable to support
me. I didn't ask you to click on remix.
Okay.
This is all remix specific stuff.
Yeah, they have root loader. Okay. Yeah. And so what did you?
I believe the loader like parses the cookies and everything.
Yeah. That's kind of like what is going to be like similar.
And this
Okay,
is just
so
for
yeah,
fun.
so here you have a provider, and provider doesn't do like cookies and stuff, right?
It does. It reads the token from the cookie, and it can read the token from the cookie and parse it and get the user information, everything. So all of that is into the provider.
Can
You'd
it
have this.
modify the headers or stuff like that?
I mean, the provider exposes the login, sign up functions, and everything. So yeah. So if you log out, it'll remove the cookie. If you log in, it'll add the cookie back.
Interesting. Okay, so this is middleware.
Yeah, we can skip this because we don't have middleware in Astro.
Yeah,
Or do
but
we?
we would have to have some kind of middleware, right?
Yeah. I don't know much about how the server side of Astro works, but you have TRPC, so you have TRPC middleware. We can just do everything in there.
Interesting. Okay, that's yeah, and in a sense, like loaders are kind of like the remix version of like middleware. That they just have like loaders in like shared layouts, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so they have SSR server stuff and okay, so this is not. Yeah, you see how the script thing was simpler. There were far
it is
less.
still simpler. Again, you're looking at Next and Remix. You don't have to. You can just go to React.
Okay, let's listen. Let's listen to the expert.
There we go. So there's your front end part now. It's that's just it. You add the provider, add the key, and that's it.
Okay, so the protecting thing, it's client-side protection,
yeah,
so, which is like no protection at all, but okay.
The signed in and signed out are client-side protection. And on the server side, I mean, we don't have documentation for Astro server, so that's something we might have to do.
Yeah, so let's start with the I think this is like the next logical progression after the like the script tag, right? So just get the React part and just try that. Okay, so yeah, so in terms of environment variables, we're using T3 and stuff. We have a bit like modified that for like those error messages, but also for client environment. Basically, the way T3 and works by default, it's just like, yeah, let's run Zod on like client environment as well. But it's like, yeah, but like, what if my page doesn't use Zod? Like, why am I sending like 300 kilobyte or not 300? Forgot 30 kilobytes. It's like it's a sizable thing. It's like
Zod is pretty big.
Yeah, and it's
both Zod and Super JSON.
I just want to make sure that variable is set, and if it's like a static build, it's like there is no way for it to be like unset. Like, why am I doing all of those runtime checks if I just wanted types? So this is.
Does it do runtime check by default? I thought T3NV like it only does it at build time.
No.
Because environment variables are only present, like they are there at build time, so you can do it.
Yeah.
And in Create T3 app, I believe it does only on build time, not at runtime.
Yeah, so the thing about T3 is that it has like transforms. So if I have like this URL and I want to do like transform URL into like new URL, right? So if I do something like this, there's no way to do that without runtime. It's like this code has to run.
That's fair.
So in our thing, transforms do not work. They don't do anything. But what we get in exchange, we don't send whatever the bundle size for Zod is.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and so what we start is where we have propal off, we say Clerk F. I don't know. What's your name? And we start with this thing, with publishable key. Oh, if it's publishable, okay.
It goes in client. The server is going to be a different secret key.
So we do. So it has to be public. That's the Astro convention.
Okay.
So we don't need app. So it's like public, Clerk, publishable key, and yeah, it's just a string that is required. So we did this. So now we should see like an error that this thing is not configured. The way that we're going to fix it is that going to work? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Nice touch.
Docs.
Nice touch. Adding a copy button to copy some dots.
There.
Okay.
There's another copy button.
Okay.
I'll make a note of that.
Uh-huh.
There are places where like you can copy directly from the docs, and if you're logged in, it'll use keys from your dashboard.
I think that's the like the cool workflow when it works. So
do you have to add an equals in between? Is that a different env form? Is that a different env format? Oh, that's T3 env. Okay. Wait, I'm
sorry. I missed that. I was thinking too much about like how to use Doppler. So
it's Doppler, because you're using Doppler. Okay.
Yeah. So in Doppler, you do something like that. So you do like Doppler secret set, and then like the value. So it's going to set this this. Okay. We didn't need to update anything. So and then ask you, hey, return your thing. And we use this UI because it allows you to insert like multi-line things. Sometimes like when you're like encryption things have like multi-line.
Like SSH keys or multi-line.
Yeah, SSH keys. Maybe there are multi-line. I don't remember, but
they have like a big and private key, and then the huge.
Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah. So we set it up. So now we need to restart it. To pick up the new so like the set command saved it.
No hot reload.
No, I'm not even sure they allow you to do that, but it's like for our thing, it works perfectly this way.
Okay.
So we set our key. No one leak it. I'm joking. It's publishable. Okay. So we go to log into right. So now we go to React Docs, like we set this thing. So they say, hey, configure provider. So that's where we are going to change the provider finally. Okay. I have this plugin that is like very helpful, except when it's not. Okay, and it's publishable key and it's Clerk pub key. So in our thing, it's going to be public.
There we go. Second one.
This one. Yeah, and like the nice autocomplete and stuff, right? That's the T3.
I love that. I really like.
Promise.
Sometimes I run into these things like TRPC and T3NV. I'm like, why didn't I think of this before? I should have had it all along for 5 fucking years.
Okay, so so it's going to be hello from Clerk for now. So we import this from Clerk React. So sort stuff. I'm going to create this kind of like wrapper for it later on. It's just like an easier way to get rid of it later. If you import everything from one file, once you remove that file, you kind of like know what to change. Those imports could get a bit silly, especially when it's like a Delphi. It's from times of like when Delphi was relevant that we used to do a lot of that stuff.
Nice. Okay. So we have the provider now.
Yeah, so we don't do the return URL yet. I'm just going to comment it out. So, okay, cannot import. Okay, what's that about? Cannot use import statements outside of modules. Okay.
Is it some sort of a CJS thing? Is it trying to import it as CommonJS?
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to know soon enough. So we are thinking that this is the line that crashing.
Yeah, because it's like on the first line it says Clerk React.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to that file. and just look at it. It's not, yeah. So it does import some
it's just
stuff.
a module. No, this is Astro territory now, I think.
Okay. So does that chunk stuff exist? I guess that could be like a first question. Okay, it does. And is it's a dist. Okay, dist. Common JS types on ESM. Okay, that's enough.
I didn't know Astro. I mean, it's built on top of Vite.
Yeah. So if anything, that's like a Vite issue. So we're going to check what's going on. Okay, cannot use import statement outside of a module. Okay, so what is outside of the module? Let's start there. So the first thing is that like I think it's like it's written in package JSON, right? So like it should be like type something, type module, not type module. Okay. I guess it have to be.
There's the module, main module, and types.
Yeah, so main
There's those three
module.
things.
Yeah. So one of those. Okay.
Type module probably not, because there's still Webpack projects using it.
Okay. So there is a way we can test this. So it's like just if you go to Stackblitz and just like pick up the new React. So this one is using. Okay, React scripts. That's the wrong one. There should be Vite React. Yes. Okay. Okay. So our idea is that when we are in the
have a Vite. Our Clerk React starter is built on Vite.
Mm-hmm.
It works fine.
Yeah. So if we import the same thing,
does it automatically install?
No. Okay. We are not using it. That's why it's not. It's not.
Still checking it out. Just use Clerk provider. Add it in there.
Yeah. So that's going to be enough. Okay. So we are going to install this Clerk React thing. But we already had script running. Again, I just want to point this out. That's why like everything that you do JavaScript wise, it has to have a script 10.
Nice.
Okay, I did yarn instead of npm. It's going to take like forever.
Does yarn not work as well on?
Yeah, it works. It just like doesn't use cache. So it works here.
Yeah. We have a Vite starter as well, and that works. So this is more of an Astro thing, I think.
Yeah. So I'm starting.
Is it because you're lazy? Your client side loading it?
Yeah, I'm probably not. I think it's because I'm not. Yeah, let's try this.
What does that do exactly?
It basically turns off SSR.
Okay. I mean, it works with SSR as well on like Next Remix and everything. Or the Next and Remix packages internally are using the React package.
Right.
So the React package works on pretty much like every environment.
Okay, so
except for this one, I guess.
Okay, so we know that I need to turn off some other stuff. Okay. It's too noisy, like with all of the Propel stuff going. We go to root, go to routes. We have like this auth sync. No, not this one. Auth provider. Like one of them.
Do you have another auth provider?
Yeah. Do we have two auth providers then?
What? No, like, did you have an auth provider inside an auth provider?
Yeah, that could be the case.
I don't think that should be an issue. Like, I don't think that's what's causing.
No, this is just to clear up the console because like I made the font so big.
Nice.
Okay, so we have this Oh no, now it's
You're
complaining.
still using Propel inside your somewhere. I guess to check if you're logged in or not. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to this one. So we're going to move all of this into this one.
Okay.
And we are going to check if this does anything. Okay, my formatting is okay. So we do hello. Okay, and
it's not building because Clerk provider is not a. Oh, that's still an issue. I think it's still checking if you're logged in, if the user is logged in or not, and that's using Propel auth inside your page somewhere. Or not. Yeah, looks like it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just figuring where I could like move so I don't have to do all of this stuff. So if we go to survey doesn't have authentication. We can do it there. It's not the wrong one. Survey. It's just like a SPA styles thing, and it only uses gRPC. It doesn't have anything else. So it's just going to be like a bit cleaner to do that here first,
okay.
just to like check if everything works. So the start survey is this one. Yeah. So now if we go and do, just do import this. We're going to say like, just do it here, like import, like dynamic import.
Oh, dynamic import.
Yeah. So it's good if you go to like because it's Vite. If you go to network and you search for a Clerk in JavaScript.
Yep.
It will you will see that it's imported. So now the question is, so we know that dynamic import works. So now the question is like, how do we? Oh,
the starting import work?
Yeah. So if I do import something from something, so because we're not using it, it's not crashing yet. So now I have a provider. Now I console login. It still works.
Okay.
So now, so now we're doing only the
nice.
Now we're doing only the client side. So if we go to survey Astro file, and if we do client load, that's what's crashing.
Yeah. That's fine. We only need it on the client side anyways, right?
Yeah.
We're not using it during SSR.
It's not a good sign of things to come. Okay, so let's figure out some of the like SSR ones. So if we go to npm and just look at the code, how it works. So your idea is that it depends on Clerk. It depends on Clerk React, but it also depends on like some server side.
That's
thing.
For the backend stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So
that's where the SSR comes in.
Yeah. And we know that
we'll have to install that separately anyways if you want to do backend stuff.
Yeah. And it will.
I should say server side stuff.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, how can we check?
Yeah, you can view source, not source code, but like whatever code is published to npm, you can see that. There's someone in chat asking, you can view source on npm.
Oh yeah. So if you go to like code, it gives you this thing. I used to use like a unpackage for that. So if you go to like unpackage and you just like no, it has to be like a package name.
Yeah.
Then it will again. There is a way to do that. I forgot.
Yeah. But if it's like an open source, or if it's not an open source project, then they probably like do build. They probably like build everything, bundle everything, and then publish to npm. So the source code is not going to be visible there.
Yeah, it's not source code. It's the compiled version, which is in some ways a source code. That's what you get running on your thing. Yeah, interesting. I'm just fascinated how you like packaged everything. Okay, so it should work. It works in client. It doesn't work on the server for some reason.
That's fine.
What I had to do with Propel, by the way, was really similar thing. And where is it? Sorry. Yeah, so this one. So what I did there is I did something like this. I don't know, like X.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Did you change it from? Oh, it's still client load. It's not client only, right?
Yeah. So this should do SSR. So if I do this.
X is not defined.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we crashed the server. I complained to Fred that like I crash Astro server all the time, and he's like, "What? How?" Yeah, it's not that hard. Okay, but it was working this way, right? Yeah, it was working this way, but if I do this, it doesn't. It not only doesn't work, it crashes the server.
Nice.
Yeah, document. Yeah. I knew it. Okay, so this is actually a bad example. Then it's crashing not because of you guys. Okay. Let's just imagine this is not the end of the world. I have like a few ideas that I want to try out, and
I mean, if it works on client owned, I guess you still want server side rendering a bit.
Yeah, this is basically like what they can do in Propel as well, but just like with less ceremony. Okay, so okay, there are like so many Propel errors, so it's just distracting. So let's do this thing where just I will try to clean it up first. So where do we get Propel from? We get it from nav. I can just like I just can hide nav for now because it shows your like avatar there. Okay, so what is? Oops, sorry. Okay, so is it working or not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think there is still something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably a support widget. You're
support widget. I also get the token there, so it could be that. Okay, so app 17.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right there, the line 50. Yep.
Yes. So we are doing all of this stuff, and we're just going to have like a separate app, and we're just going to log in internal. Oops.
Yeah, it has to be in the same line.
Yeah. Okay. So
there we go.
I think we got rid of everything now. So the Clerk provider is not defined now, which is yes, it's not. So we are not. Yeah, I forgot that we are not using this file, this component yet. We're using this one. So return test. Okay. So this should work now, and so if I do this again, it will crash. If I do, I guess, yeah. So the other one was also crashing, right? So we figured that if I do like star as this, also crashing.
Also crashing.
Yeah. I don't think you can require stuff anymore. We also saw that this works.
Breaks the server.
Yeah, it does break the server. Okay. To load an ES module, set type to module package. Yeah. There is this thing called,
That was usually not needed. I don't know why.
There's this package called like lint package JSON lint. Okay, I don't know how to find it now, but there is like a package that shows if you have some if your module is basically like, is not set up correct. So maybe if you had something from there. Yeah.
What is it called?
I don't remember. I remember that someone from Astro. Someone from Astro was talking about it. Lint. Yeah. That's. No, I don't know how to find it. Yeah, but I was just like testing my modules through that thing, and it's like no, nothing is working. Like all your stuff is wrong. You don't know how to create packages, and I'm like, yes, I don't. Like no one does apparently. Okay,
is that like a JSON schema or some? What is a JSON schema? Tech support in chat.
JSON schema. I don't think it's about schema. It's more like a link your package. Maybe it wasn't called lint. I just like feel like it was.
Oh, it's what VS Code uses under the hood to lint settings.json. Yeah, there's some like JSON file schema things that you can use for that. Package.json has one. Like if you go to package.json and if you try to like add a key, it automatically like auto completes, or it provides auto completion options for things you can do in a package.json and invalid keys and stuff as well. So that's not a linter, that's just a schema. The linter would be something different.
Okay, so just for fun, we're going to try to install those packages.
Okay.
I'm just in hope that those packages have like the right what do you call it? Like the type module setting in packages. So we're just going to import, like just like instead of Clerk React, we're just going to import this dev. Okay.
Oh, it's looking for next router because it wraps React, but then it wraps it with Next.js specific stuff, and same with Remix. I think it's
okay, but I mean, it's not crashing with those errors, right?
Yeah, that's
interesting.
That's true. Yeah, it's not the same error anymore, or maybe because it's maybe it's failing at the TypeScript step, but not at the when you try to run it.
This one doesn't have type module as well, so I don't know if that's actually doing anything. So do you have packages on here? Yes, you do. Does it have type module? No, it doesn't. Okay, interesting. So
is every package that you're using with Astro, do they all have type module?
So I only had this kind of issue with like one package, and I just like found a workaround for it. So Maybe it was propel. Yes. Yeah, so I had to do like this. Like it would in client side, it would like import this one, but on server it will import this one, and it's like, yeah, like
Damn.
no one just knows how to like build packages, and there's like no way to fix this. And
Yeah, there's way too many package systems right now for JavaScript. Common JS needs to die.
Okay, so we can't use Next, we can't use React, we can't use Remix.
None of them.
What does Redwood do? Is Redwood client side only, or like how does it work?
Redwood, no, it's also both, because you do need server side auth.
Where do you like install stuff?
No, it's with Redwood CLI. Like they have their own. They have a whole setup that you can do with Redwood CLI. We were doing that yesterday.
Yeah.
We didn't get to auth, but
the funny thing about Redwood is that I like a few months back, I was like, what's Redwood? Like, have I heard of it? And it's like, I have like a Redwood project in my GitHub, and I just like forgot about it. It's like deployed and stuff, and I just like a memory just like wiped from my mind. It's like I just don't know if like if that ever existed.
Such a nice experience that you completely forgot.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. So we have a plugin again. I want to figure out what is like actionable. What is like actionable feedback for you guys to fix?
I mean, we've been like we are working on an Astro integration. It just kind of like
it doesn't look like you
went on the back burner. Went on the back burner because like we didn't have people like you that are actually trying to use Clerk with Astro.
Yeah, so
like not enough people are basically doing it.
Yeah, so it looks like it looks like everyone is using this package. It's like there isn't anything.
Let me message Ben Holmes about this. I know he was working on this. He might have some progress.
Clerk, Dev, Astro. Yeah, I think I tried to like find something with Astro, and just like I didn't find anything. There is this new app that I saw someone on YouTube use it, and I was like, "Wow, this is so great!" Do you know about this one?
About what?
Grab.app.
Oh, Grab, no. What does it do? As a code
like,
search for?
Yeah, this is like GitHub search, but it actually works. So this is like so crazy. Like I never seen a GitHub search work. So when I saw this thing, I was like, how are you doing that? Like, this doesn't make any sense. So like you search for this thing, and it shows you like all the GitHub that is like using Clerk. And it's like, okay, here's the Redwood, here's like that stuff, the other stuff. RS, is it like Rust? Are they allowed to use RS name?
Probably not, but just wait till they find it.
Yeah, so like examples, like it will show you like you can search by folders, you can search by like, okay, I only search for TypeScript, I only search for JSON. Why is it JSON? Oh yeah, I guess it's like package lock. Yeah. So it's just crazy. So yeah,
it looks like this is Pages router.
Yeah, so I don't think we're finding anything Astro related. It looks like no one just literally tried it before. So what I should do is I should create like a new Astro project
and see if it works in there.
Yeah, just to isolate kind of like stuff. So
yeah, empty. If there's like a reproduction, it would be easy to fix as well.
No,
I don't know how easy it would be, but at least it would be easier.
Yeah, at least you will know that it's why is it not working. Okay, so we go to Astro. I guess we need to have React because you only support React as it looks like, right? So only like React frameworks.
Yep.
So Astro.
Really?
Astro. What's
Bun?
wrong with it? Yeah. Astro add React.
Is bun install faster than npm install?
Much faster, yeah.
Nice.
And so we have React. Now we need now we need to install.
Did you see the tweet Jared Sumner made about test runner?
Yeah, it wasn't Jared. It was like the
someone else.
Colin.
Okay.
Who's doing TRPC, I think.
Yeah. He created
Isn't
Zod.
that the guy?
Yeah.
Or Zod. Okay. I'm
both.
Oh, good. Yeah. So I think that's basically how it is. Especially like when bond is hot. So so here's like my benchmark to show how it works. So so how long do you think like M1 Mac takes to like remove node modules?
To remove node modules?
Yeah.
Within a second, should be.
Okay, half a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I was thinking half a second.
Now we do bond install, and it's like twice as fast.
Damn.
On Mac, it's twice as fast to install from bond than to remove.
Does it like cache like PNPM?
Yeah. It's like when you don't have a cache, it's mostly kind of like the same speed as other ones because it's like you're spending most of your time just like downloading stuff from the internet. It's like the kind of like the speed of tools is not going to matter as much. But when you're using cache, it's basically instantaneous, and that's why, by the way, I have like a special script to remove node modules. It's like in 10 milliseconds instead of like a half a second, right?
My cat is here.
Oh, hi, cat. I only see the tail. But anyway, so we installed React. We installed the Clerk thing. So now let's just try to do. We're going to have one page, and that page is going to have app client load. Yes, we can start with client only. And so we're going to create a file, app SX.
And she's gone.
Export default. I mean, we don't have to use default here. Fine, hopefully. So export function app. And
wait, is this a Next.js project?
No, why are you asking that?
Underscore app inside pages.
Yeah, it's almost like that. We need JS. Yep. Okay. Oh, I need to kill the other one. Yeah, the port is taken. Okay, so we have hello world. So now we do
Clerk provider.
Import. Yeah. Can I copy it? Yeah. Okay, so we did this. It still works. We do Clerk provider. Hello world. This.
Just copy the key in there.
We need to
put it in the environment right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Just copy the key in there, like it's public anyways.
Yeah, but I don't remember the key.
Don't you have it open on the side, the Clerk, or you can just do that.
So this is public something, and Q didn't copy for some reason. Okay, so we have this, Now we have. So what we can do, like, what is the easiest thing to do to show that it works? Some kind of like login.
I mean, if it
button or
doesn't
something?
break, it works. Or you can do that.
So sign in from Clerk. Yeah. Okay, that's the wrong one. Oops. Sign in. Okay. Okay. So we have this. So now. Okay. Oh, I see. Do I have to show anything else? It's welcome.
Yes, second.
No, welcome is not. Oh, signed in. I see. It's not the. Okay. I realized my errors. So if signed in, then it's hello world. And if it's not, if it's signed out, then we redirect the login. Okay. So it should be good enough. Yeah. So it redirects us to like the hosted page. Which is okay. We're going to just show sign out for now. So
Okay, let's hope that Ben Holmes has some time.
yeah, let's get Ben on this. It's going to be fine. So
Yeah.
it shows signed out,
Nice.
which is kind of like good enough.
Yeah. So it works with client only. It doesn't work with SSR.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so we do this. So now we do client load, and
it breaks.
It just disappears into nothing.
Nice.
Okay, so that's not great, but we can. So here's where I go to my GitHub, and I just have a repo for all of my Astro bugs.
Nice. Have your own repo just to keep track of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only one in there.
Yeah, I created like 5 of those, and at some point I was like, okay, I'm just creating a separate repo for all of Astro bugs because it's not funny anymore. Okay, so we did this. We go there. We copied this, I guess, like that. Yeah, it's going to copy it. Okay, so our idea is that we're going to call it Clerk React. Okay, Astro Clerk.
There's no A.
Yeah, Clerk. Okay, Astro Clerk React.
SSR.
SSR. Okay.
I mean, React is kind of understood. Clerk doesn't work with anything else.
Yeah, that's kind of like. I hope you can fix that. Hopefully, there will be much more folders with Clerk and other frameworks soon.
Maybe in a few years.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe sooner. I don't know.
Okay, so let's go to README, and it's going to be yarn. I guess like npm install. npm run dev. I don't know how you do it in npm. So like on 3000, you will see the crash. Okay.
Very informative README.
Yeah.
Cool. So I guess that's where we are at today.
Yeah, I don't know how much time do you have?
I have like I was probably going to stream like after this working on something else. But if you have something else in mind,
I want to try the server side stuff because that's where the Propel thing were kind of like the silliest.
Okay. So does Astro use Express by any chance for the server? I guess it might use its own web server.
Isn't Express like that? Like, isn't that what like
kind of, yeah.
talks all
but
the
like
time?
we have an Express middleware that can plug in and it works nicely. Without that, you'll have to use the SDK, the Node SDK directly, which is not the best experience.
Oh, okay. So you're basically like overselling it. It sounds like.
What do you mean?
Clerk, bug, sad face.
Sad face.
Because the idea was that I can get this stuff running today, and
yeah, if you were using something other than Astro, you could have. But
yeah,
we just haven't got there yet.
Or if I was using something other than Clerk, right? There are like two ways to look at it.
I mean, you were using something other than Clerk. It sounds like it was pretty painful.
But
there's a lot of complex stuff. It worked, but it was pretty painful.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. So we're done with this, done with that. We're going back to doing the other thing. So wait, okay. I will close everything and then we'll open the stuff that we need. Okay. So so if you have something that only works on client, how do you usually do it? What's
what do you mean?
Approach to stuff that only works on client?
Like approach to what? Not sure I understand the question.
So we know that script tag works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we could just try
but
that.
Like that still also only works on the client. That doesn't work on the server.
Yeah,
so might as well just use the React package in that case.
Yeah, so that's the idea. How are we going to use React package on client only? I want to have kind of like as much stuff being SSR and only use Clerk for like login page or something like that, or just like redirect to your like hosted page. Is there like
you would
a
also
way
need to know wouldn't you also need the Clerk stuff on the application itself to check if the user is authenticated, get their ID, and use that for data fetching?
Right. So that's what we're going to figure out.
Yeah.
So how do you use your hosted UI? So the example that we just looked at with I forgot which one. That was like redirect to sign in. Is that like a recommended thing? Well, like do you recommend people to use your UI like how as you said, like with Tailwind, like
because it's customizable. And it's nice to have it in your application instead of sending them to a different page. But we still do have hosted pages. We call them hosted pages. So like instead of having the authentication flow inside your app, you can send them over to the hosted pages and the entire auth flow can happen there, whatever it is.
Right. So like
both options are there.
Yeah, but like is that like a recommended option?
No, the recommended is the component. Because you can customize it and you can do whatever. You can put it wherever in your app, and because it's just one component, the entire flow is in there.
Yeah, because that's what I got from like Propelled here. Like, yeah, just use our hosted thing. That's like it works fine enough. And
because they don't care enough.
Maybe like you don't care about Astro. Okay, so. Let's try this thing, I guess. So we can create a new file. We call it Clerk login.
Okay.
And it's going to be this Clerk provider thing. And if I go to this page and if I try to use Clerk login, it's going to crash. We already know that. But
you can do it. Yeah.
If I do something like use effect, loaded, I don't know. No, not loading. Counted.
use state inside use effect?
My thing is that I don't use like SSR frameworks. So this is like, for me, it's like a double whammy. And this is because Node on the server is like just like a funny thing by itself. Is like, why would anyone try that? And yeah, because like usually nothing works. So it was like a fun experience, like learning all of this stuff. So we will try to do something like this. So we will try to like delay the rendering until we are mounted, and see if that.
It's still trying to import it. It delayed rendering, but it's still importing it.
Yeah. So we are going to use lazy. I would have used lazily. Maybe I should.
I thought this was working with client only React.
Yeah, but I turned on the SSR.
Okay.
So the idea is that we can do const this.
Can you not like granularly, like can you not use only Clerk login, or only like a render Clerk login without SSR as a whole page?
Right.
I guess it's still trying to import everything on the server. So yeah, we'll have to either yeah.
So I can probably do that if I do like /login or something like that. That's where I can because that's going to be like a login.astro. So here I can like just turn off thing.
Yeah.
But if I have everything like running through a React router, then it's a bigger problem, because like, am I going to turn off SSR for like everything under that route?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm thinking right now. So now it has to be default. Export default.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can't.
There we go.
That's why I created the library, right? Okay. So we don't need this anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just remove everything. So now we created this thing that is like client only, and I guess we just do like suspend or something.
Yeah. Can give a loading fallback there.
Yeah, and we don't need that mounting stuff anymore. By the way, do you know that fallback null is basically the best user experiences and the best like everything about like suspense, and no one talks about it? Like everyone makes it sound like this is like the wrong way of using it.
Looks like TypeScript is not too happy about that.
Do you know what's happening?
It's interesting. It's Clerk login is a promise component, right? It's not a component.
Right.
It's not a promise. Can you hover on suspense? What's the?
Because the problem is that it's just like the.
Oh, the suspense. You need a slash before suspense on the closing.
Yeah, it's just like the syntax is wrong. Okay.
Yeah, there was a missing slash.
Oops, what's happening? Oh no, we broke it again.
So I guess we need the mounted.
Yeah, I guess we need the mounted. Otherwise, it like doesn't get rid of it enough. So use it. Use effect.
Do you not have auto imports?
I guess no.
I really like auto imports. There we go.
So we got there. So hopefully this is kind of like working good enough for us to use the UI now, because this thing is just redirects to stuff.
Yep.
So where do we get to UI?
Like the login UI.
Navigate. Wow, what's happening?
So that's just like telling the Clerk provider how to navigate from one.
For signed in pages.
Yeah, like if you have your own router, then
Uh-huh.
you would need to plug that in.
Which I do.
Because, yeah, so you should do that because there is also a router internally that's being used.
Uh-huh. So this is sign in page. Is that yours now?
Yeah, that's a Clerk sign-in page.
Okay, routing path. Okay, can you explain
I think it
me
should
what's
be
happening here?
Yeah, so this the sign-in component, like it goes on the /sign-in page, right? And then we are going to we also need to tell it the path because there's internal routing going on. So like from the sign-in page, there's a link that's called if you don't have an account already, you can sign up. And on the sign up page, like do you already have an account? Then just go and sign in. So there's some routing going on there.
You know how Propel does this? They just have like this hook, and they're like,
and we
just do whatever.
For Clerk, we have like environment variables that you can do that through as well. So you don't need to specify the arguments here. So we have that in Next.js. I don't know if it'll work like directly on the React side.
Okay, so let's start with just sign in.
Yeah.
So it's like don't redirect anything.
There we
go. Show it. So okay. So what are we doing with this? I guess we need to kind of like center it or something.
Probably. Now here's the most difficult. I mean, you have Tailwind.
Yeah. Okay. It has to be class name because we're in the React world now. Is it like container? I don't remember.
Is container a thing in Tailwind?
Yeah. It's like for it like adds margins, I guess. That's how we call it. So
so you have a custom class.
No, it's I don't remember what exactly it does, but like
container okay, so I believe is from Bootstrap. I don't think Tailwind has container.
Okay.
Yeah, you just do that.
Like that. Didn't work.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it's probably
what's like inside the div.
It's a full width. So I need to add.
You can just make it flex
here.
You can also like make the div flex and then like content, whatever it's called. I forgot. How do you center something in Flexbox? Justify center, I think. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. There we go.
Okay, we will still need some padding on top. Okay, so that doesn't look that bad, right? And we didn't have to use Shadow DOM.
And if you want to customize it, do you want to customize it now, or do you want to do something else now? Like have the login
I think
flow?
I just want to get kind of like the cookie as soon as possible. Interesting. So you use your own thing
for now. Once you go to production, like you can add your own OAuth credentials, and once you go to production, you have to add your own OAuth credentials.
Yeah.
But like you don't have to for like whenever you're doing development. So that's pretty nice.
But it's like it's a nicer onboarding, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So now I was redirected to this page. Where do I configure that?
In the nice, you have users now. That's yourself. You do that in the in your code. I think you have an after on sign up callback, and these are the hosted pages if you want to redirect to them and do the auth flow there.
Yeah, but like for hosted pages, you also need to know like where to redirect me and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's just paths, or it goes to the like whatever your root front end, the /URL is. And it expects that in your app, you're checking if you're logged in or not. And if you're logged in, it'll redirect you to the wherever you need to go.
Interesting. Because for me, like the / page is like landing, right? So like I don't expect to have authentication code there.
So go back to your code. You can just configure it there.
Yeah. So I see the paths. So I'm just like assuming that could be it.
These are the authentication paths. So these are like the hosted pages or the ones in your own. So you can set that to localhost or whatever your root URL is, and this will be it.
Right. So if I go like something like that here.
Yeah, that should work.
And now if I go to your hosted page.
It's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, so if I go to, oops, I didn't copy it. If I go to your hosted page and now I sign in with GitHub. Okay, interesting.
3001. Is that where it's running?
No. And it's like it doesn't have the /app either. So.
No, yeah, it doesn't. It's trying to do some Clerk stuff. You might have to go to the top.
Okay.
And development origin URL. No. The development origin
Here?
URL. Yeah. So that localhost 3000. And try it now.
So I'm going to hosted URL. Okay, now it sent me the right one. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And now it's infinite loop.
Yeah, that's good. So why is it an infinite loop? Because we're showing sign-in page, and for signed-in users, that's a bad thing to show.
Yeah, so we want to show this when signed out.
Yeah, signed out. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And it's SIGNE. You have SING.
Yeah, okay, so signed in and signed out.
Yep.
Okay, so I saw some buttons there.
Yeah. There's a button that will, like, the signed in button. When you click on it, it'll pop up. So you know how we did it with the script tag. We did window.clerk.openSignin. That's just what the button does. Okay, now
right.
if you go on
instead of this sign-in component, I could have shown some kind of like button that you click and it shows. Okay, will it create like a model or something?
Yeah. So it's literally the same thing that we had when we did window.clerk.openSignin.
Okay. So far I'm liking this. The question, so let's start here. I go to network tab, and I just go to like requests and I refresh the page. Let's figure out what is happening here. So this is all of my like random stuff that's not important. Okay, so that's like post-hoc and all that stuff. But like now we have Clerk. So this is a patch request. Shows a session. And this is okay. So this is auth config. I guess that's just to know like where to redirect and stuff, right?
Where to redirect and what to show. Like you enable GitHub and disable Google, right? So it needs to know that it needs it has to show sign in with GitHub and that and email and password and stuff like that.
Okay, so this is my signed in information. So if I want to show like so if I want to show like a username, right? So congrats, you signed in as and like a name, right? So like how do I get it? How do I get a name?
There's a hook use user. You can just call that.
Okay, so this is going to be I need like
username.
A component for that.
You can do it in the same component. In here, in Clerk login.
Yeah, but it's like the provider is here. If I use hook here, it's not going to work.
I missed that.
Okay, internal. Okay. Well, let's call it like that. And so user is use user, and now if I want to show. If I want to show congrats, you're signed in, I want to do something like this. So let's import use user. Let's see what user has. So
user have you.
Interesting. So like, yeah, okay.
So you should like the user should be in curly braces, and you'll have like is loaded and is signed in. So the return value from use user, right? It's the is loaded, is signed in, and then the user object. So yeah, it's use user return.
Okay, I think I don't understand what you just
said. Okay, that's fine. Ignore.
So this is what I was going for, right? So like on use, so this is a user return, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, you can destructure it and get the user from in there. So you don't have to use a dot user. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still nullable, right?
Only the user, not the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm Yaroslav Lapin, which checks out. Okay, it says congrats
have it in here.
Okay, so now we see like a loading spinner, right? So if here where I have is loaded, so if not loaded, return loading. So that was the thing before.
Yeah.
And interesting, it doesn't show it
because it's inside signed in, right? So if you're inside signed in, you're already loaded and you're already signed in.
Okay, so loading.
Now it's loading. And now if you're not signed in, it'll show
right. So if
undefined.
Yeah. So if I not signed in, it's not signed in. Okay.
Yeah. So the components are just like the quick way of doing this, the same thing. With hooks, you have like you can get the data exactly.
Yeah, so that checks out. There's like a TypeScript question here. So it's like if before like internal was inside of signed in, right? So like how do you make sure like if I'm inside of signed in, that means that I already have a user. How do I like explain to TypeScript that I already have a user? I don't need to check it twice, but
because the hook can be used anywhere.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. So okay, so now the question is, I have all of this stuff on client. I was hoping that this will not take like an hour, but how do I send any of that stuff to the server? How do I use Clerk, whatever you call it? Okay, did I close the docs?
So on the server, there a cookie is automatically set because we're on the same origin. So on any server code, you can grab the cookie or grab the token out of the cookies.
I'm skeptical of what you just said, so let's try to use that.
I mean, you don't need to install this yet. You can just like look at the cookies on the server right now, and it should be there, I think.
Okay.
Like make an API request or something from this front end. Or you can just like go to applications here in the dev tools.
So yeah, exactly. So if I go to when I load the page, if I switch to whatever, like document, or where is it, doc. So this thing gets some kind of cookies. And
right, underscore session. It's above. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, so that's the JWT that Clerk generated for you.
Okay.
And you can parse this on the server. You'll get the user information.
Okay, just because I have like so much stuff here, let me try to like delete it and try it again. So go to application, cookies. Just delete. Okay.
You can right click. Yeah.
Okay, so I've refreshed it. I have some stuff, and so we're saying that this session is the one. Okay, so interesting.
Decode this?
Yeah. So you not only did the cookies for your domain, but you also did it for my domain.
Yep.
And expiration is set in like a minute, right?
Yeah, they're short-lived cookies.
Okay, so what is going to happen if I don't go to this page for a long time?
It'll just create a new cookie. It's still logged in.
Right, but it's going to be the expired cookie.
But then it'll generate a new one. Like there's a refresh mechanism.
Okay, so
like the session is still logged in.
Yeah, so I go to setup, right? It doesn't have any JavaScript on it. So here's the session cookie that you have. If I refresh it, it's going to be the same cookie because it's like, why would it be different cookie? I don't have a JavaScript here. So by the time I go and ask and do some kind of like request, this cookie is going to be expired.
I mean, if you wait for it, yeah, but like when you're making, if you have the Clerk provider, it keeps that cookie.
No. So if I close the tab,
right,
I don't have any provider, but now I restore the tab and I get the new request. There was no time for Clerk to update the cookie between.
Yeah, because on this page you don't have the provider.
Yeah, even if you do
in your app, you will.
Even if you do, like even if I go to like this page, right? So the first request is going to be server request. Then I'm downloading JavaScript to run script to update the cookie. So the first request that I got was with expired cookie. I think Supabase does something very similar like that. They will, like on server, they will like try to refresh the cookie if it's expired cookie. So this is interesting how it's going to do that. Okay, so now how do I check that cookie on the server?
You can use the Node SDK for that.
So I guess we like installed it because we installed the other one, but just to be like more clear. So now if you go back,
you only install Clerk React, not at the Node SDK.
Did I? This one?
No. I'm saying like you said that you.
Yeah, we installed like Next, and they depend on this.
Okay, yeah. You haven't removed them yet?
No.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, just in case, right? Okay,
and
so
now you need the secret key for this.
Secret. Again, that's probably full of dots. No, this one is not.
Okay, no one clipped that. Whoops.
I think I'm fine with this looking for now.
Okay.
So unless someone has like a really.
It's fine. There's 4 people here.
Yeah, exactly. So like we go to T3 stuff. And we go to like here, Clerk. We're going to leak this cookie so many times when we're going to debug headers, so it's like it's not going to help me. So we are saying, hey, let's depend on this cookie now. So that means it will show the error until we start, which again we say there like please restart your thing. So that's my explanation of how this works. Okay. So we have this. Okay, we don't need incognito anymore. We have this, and now resource types. Okay. I guess.
Yeah, so that's the SDK, what you can do with it.
Yeah.
But there's what you need. I guess not yet. Oh yeah, I think it automatically picks up the session cookie if you try to do this.
Okay, so this one, just from the way that just from the way that it reads, it feels like this is a kind of like global, kind of like admin level API. So this is like, if I have like a cron job, I can go and like get a user list, right? Is that how I read it?
Yeah.
So here are like all the users that I have in my application.
Yep.
So now, and again, it works. Just the React package is borked. So secret, yeah, I don't think I care about that too much. I mean, okay, so what happened? It picked up the environment variable, right? So like it picked it up automatically.
Yeah.
So that means that this package is probably not going to work in Dino, right?
I mean, you can give it the environment variable, the one you want. You can. So instead of a global, I think there is a it exports. I guess you can try it out. It also exports like a Clerk with a capital C. That's a function, and you pass it in the environment variable, and then or not the environment variable, but the key. So you'll do process.env dot whatever name you have for it, or wherever you get the key from.
Yeah, it's not working. I'm like I was trying to get B2B SaaS running in Dino, and I was like, oh, this package doesn't work. Oh, this package doesn't work. So unfortunately, Clerk is
Just
not.
Don't use Dino.
It's not great. Dino
Yeah,
is
right there.
fine. Dino is Dino is actually pretty great, and you can run Astro in Dino now. So it's not only like fresh thing. You can also use Astro as long as you use right dependencies. Okay,
exactly.
so
that's the key, the right dependencies.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so authenticate a particular user. So that's probably the thing that we.
Yeah, you would have this like maybe in a gRPC middleware.
What is this? What does this mean?
Let's see. So the one above this, that's for authenticate a particular session. Last active session is after a navigation. Yeah, I don't fully know the difference between these two. I think I used the second one for one of the for a project that I did on the side. But yeah, this is if you're using Express. You can have an Express middleware.
You said that like the Express is the
yeah, it's much easier to use.
Yeah. You also have Festify and all that stuff. So it will work basically like as a middleware. It will only like allow you to run this code once you're authenticated. That's how I'm.
That's the second one.
Reading it.
The first one just adds like a request.auth. It doesn't actually like throw an error. This one will throw an error.
Yeah, this is not nice.
That's how Express works.
Yeah.
Express doesn't make it wasn't built with a lot of type safety in mind. It was built 10 years ago. And this is if you're not using JavaScript.
If you're not using the like SDK, because SDK already does all this stuff for you. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty confused of like if this thing isn't working.
So, what do you mean it isn't working?
I'm just looking at all of this, and
this is the Express stuff. You're looking at the Express
it's pretty
stuff.
confusing. It's pretty confusing to.
Yeah. So
a lot of okay. So the thing is that it's the best tools in my mind. They give you the lowest level tool for you to use, like in libraries. They give you the highest level tool that you just like install and just like hope that it fits your thing. But they give you a lot of kind of like stuff in the middle that is like, oh, I want to do like almost the high thing, but like a bit more custom, or I don't want to do everything exactly like the low level. I want to do like some things like standard. So it seems like from just reading the documentation, it seems like just to use the framework, we already solved that stuff. But it's like if you want to go deeper, it's kind of like it's too deep, if that makes sense. It's like I don't see the middle kind of like part solutions.
Yeah, you're
it's
absolutely
either
right.
use Next.js or this is the binary format that we use.
Basically, yeah. So if you're using React with a framework that's not Astro, at this point at least, like it'll be a little difficult trying to get everything set up with Clerk. It's not the butter smooth experience that we have with Next.js or with those frameworks. And we're trying to build that for Astro. It's just been on the back burner for a bit.
Which again makes sense. You have like a limited time to make everything work.
And Next.js keeps breaking everything and Remix. So we have to like try to catch up to what they're doing.
Okay, so we have this like users stuff. So how do we put this? Since you said like TRPC, right? So in TRPC, I have this I guess like demo TRPC. Maybe not this one, but like prompts. Okay, I'm trying to remember prompts. This one, right? So this is we're using helpers. Okay.
Do you not have like? I would think that you already have some sort of TRPC middleware that does authentication.
Yeah.
Or do you not? Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to call like this, like hello function, for example. Does it take anything?
Or is it hello.query? Instead of just calling it at a function? Dot fetch, okay.
Fetch, okay. So we're going to do something like this. So so now on the server, yeah, it returns the data. Mm-hmm. So we're going to say that
the context has a request, right? There's a context at request.
Yeah. So this is like the okay. Why can't I click on it?
It's not typed.
It is okay. It's like it is just but like not clickable for some reason. Okay. So let's go to API procedure. This is where we like read cookies and stuff. And I guess just let's see the cookies.
There we go. underscore session.
Yeah. So we're looking for, is that, oh no, this one.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is the code, right? So so now we yeah. So we have clerk session, and it's going to be underscore session, and we can console log it just to see that it works.
There you go.
So we have, oh, okay, you called client token, which makes sense. So now we have client token, and now we can do this. So session verify sessions. Okay.
And this is an async function.
Yeah. So what is session?
It's not an async function. Session also comes from the first line. It's imported from SDK node.
No. I mean, so what is session ID?
Clerk session ID, query string parameter. I don't think we need that. Oh, we do need that. Never mind. We can use the second one in that case. The one under it.
What's the second one?
I mean the second example. Authenticate the last active session.
Okay, what is Firebase compatibility? What's happening?
I guess Firebase uses underscore session, so we cannot use underscore session. We have to use underscore session. It's something like that, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's funny.
Yeah. But for this one, we can use the second example.
So the second example also uses session ID. So that's
yeah, but fine. Here it grabs session ID from verify client.
Okay. So I can. Okay.
Again, the SDK node is a little confusing, and
okay. So I'm with you this far. I'm with you this far. So now I do session token. What is session token?
Session token. Huh. I think that's supposed to be client token, isn't it? No, it's not.
Let's just imagine that it is client token.
Yes.
And let's go. So we get clients from this thing. So we can, I guess, just import it here. Okay, we have a wait here.
This is what I was afraid of.
What?
So, do you have VS Code Live Share? Have you used it?
Yes.
Do you want to use that? I can just
is it
quickly
that bad?
Write some. It's not that bad. Again, like I said, it's something that we don't actively work on, so it's not. it's not where we would like it to be.
Okay. So okay, apparently I was doing that in the wrong thing. So first is that I want to return that token. So that's the access.
I can also just like copy paste and send this to you.
I want to try the first one from the from the docs first.
Okay.
Okay, so this one doesn't have user promise here. We should be doing it here. So the client token is now what's the new context?
The client token needs to come from somewhere. The docs just don't specify exactly where.
Okay, so it's like it's a whole new thing again.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's try this just for fun, and we're going to see what goes wrong. Okay, we can't see what goes wrong because there are like too many errors. Bad request. Interesting. But this is probably what I was. Yeah, this looks familiar. I think yeah, I know what this is. I actually looked at like how Clerk works for at like one time, but
okay.
Just to go back to like what we were doing here. So in TRPC, I have like a separate thing that like reads the token, reads the cookie. So and that's a thing that you can like console like here. Yeah. So like in this how do you call it? It's kind of like a lazy initialization thing. So unless this is my library called Unthunk. The idea is that until you use user promise, it's not going to call access token function. And if it didn't call the access token function, it's like it's not going to parse the cookie.
Got it.
So like this parse cookies function is not going to run. So like if user sent like a wrong request, maybe you just like don't want to authenticate them first. So it's like it gives you like this kind of like lazy, but it's like kind of like type safe thing as well. But it's like if you ask for it, it has to be there and it has to like either throw or return something. But yeah, anyway. So we can parse the cookie and we can get it here in the user promise. But user promise is the part that is actually turning cookies into like sessions, not sessions, but like user objects. What we do here is that we actually only do JWT validation, so we don't go to the Clerk server. And what is crashing right now is that it tries to go to the Clerk server.
Got it.
So now let's go back to the code sample that you wanted to show.
I can send it on this chat.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of like mirror things for a second.
There.
So let's go back.
So
now you need to go through this.
So the Clerk client is just imported from Clerk. Yeah. Can you scroll up? Can you? What can you? Okay, that's fine. It's passing. And header token is is the token that comes from the cookie. So you pass in the cookie here. Yeah. And you have the response there. Oh, you can set the secret key and publishable key. They need to come from the environment. So whatever you had in your
right, but it worked before like automatically. Do I have to do that?
Okay, But no, is it the same Clerk publishable key? Is that what it's called? Clerk secret key and Clerk.
no,
It's using both the keys, secret and publishable key for some reason. Yeah, this method, it's going to be fixed.
Where did you get it?
At some point. It's how the middleware works internally.
Okay, so it's not documented.
Not quite.
Or not at all.
Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, this is how I did it for a nest example that I created.
Okay, so let's start nest. A nest is like Express, right? It's just like a Fastify or all of those, right?
It's that, but like it's basically like Spring or the .NET framework, but for JavaScript. So it has like decorators and like dependency injection and modules and stuff like that.
Interesting.
It's basically Angular for the server. For server
side. Even though we don't have anything configured, it's still figures that we are.
It's not returning any data, so like it's signed in is false, and there's also so you see the toAuth function at the end. We need to call that, so that's going to return something, and that's what we're going to use. So restart toAuth and console log that. I don't believe it needs an await. Yeah, it doesn't need an await. It's not a promise.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the key there. Now this has the session ID, user ID, and it validated the token, but you didn't pass in anything else, so it didn't get the user information.
Okay. So did it do any requests or not? Like how does it just validate JWT? Like how? Yeah, just like const now equals performance now and console log time. So it took what is it, like one millisecond? So it didn't do any requests, right?
Try uncommenting everything else, the stuff that you commented.
Okay, so what's the difference between the API key and like secret key?
So API key, front end API, these are basically there for like backwards compatibility reasons, because the Clerk used to work like before we had API key and front end API, but now we're not using those things anymore. Now, like there was some sort of a rework of the API.
Do I still pass it? Like why did you send it like as empty strings?
I think if you when you uncommented that, it should have thrown a TypeScript error, unless that has been fixed.
It seems like it's fixed.
So everything is optional now. Okay. So it used to be not optional.
Okay. So let's get the tier. I will do the
from ENV.
Like the ENV stuff. So it's actually this, and this one is public. This. Okay. So it still didn't resolve the user. It still didn't do the call to the API.
So maybe it picked those up from the environment variable as well. So you don't need to pass the secret key.
Okay.
It's the same name, right? So so maybe we can get rid of both of them then.
Except for the public one, I think the public one is like different name, but I don't see the difference in.
That's fine then. Okay, so it was fixed from when I last used it.
Okay.
So we just need the header token now. Nice. And you have the toAuth. This gives you the session ID, user ID. You can use the user ID to then like make a request and get the user object.
So that's where the documentation starts, right? So you're like here where you just
we need to add this to the documentation instead of all of that.
Okay,
so go ahead.
So I have a header token. I can validate that it's still working, but again, like in terms of expire, like this token probably already expired.
Let's see.
How do I check if it's expired?
I mean, if this token was generated a while ago, you haven't done anything after that, right? Or have we?
Right. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what's the way for me to test it. So I have. Yeah, I guess this is the easiest way. I will just go here, and I will just like not download React.
Okay.
So if I go here, it will still send the cookie, right? But it will not we will not be able to update it. So, and our expire is like whatever, like 7. Yeah, I can just like save it. And my thinking is that like in a minute this thing is going to expire, and in the meantime, while it's expiring, we're going to look into like verify client stuff. So what does
we don't need to do verify client anymore?
Yeah, what's the point of that?
I'm not fully sure. I think with every session, like when you log into Clerk, it creates a client. So like now this browser is logged into this user, there's the session. So I think that's what it does. And
so client could be like like unauthorized user as well. So it's like it just keeps the session ID or something, or like a browser ID.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not fully sure because it also does device tracking, like which devices are you logged in with at any point. That's probably where the client comes in. That okay, you have a logged in session, and this is the client that's using this session here, so it validates the client. But yeah, I can look more into that, and I'll let you know what that is. But for now, like if we, I think for now, if the token validation passes, then we don't have to do much else.
And so what do we do if it doesn't pass? So this is what happens right now, right? So I closed my laptop or something, yeah. And I closed the tab, and I came back to it, and I get this is unknown. So in Clerk, what like in my testing before, I got this. I got those states of like authenticated, like not authenticated. So it's just like user doesn't have any cookie at all, right? So, and there was like this unknown thing. So unknown works kind of like similar to how when you don't know if user is using like dark mode or like light mode yet, you have to get some script running and check that what the status is, and like set a cookie and then like refresh the page. So this is like what Clerk is doing. They have this like special page that will handle like unknown cases, that will that is like empty page that only has JavaScript, and that JavaScript will check session and like refresh you again, now knowing like if the session is good or bad. And the funny part is that like I was testing that, and like I disabled JavaScript, and it's like, yeah, it's just like forever is going to be in that state, because until JavaScript is running, it doesn't know how to get out of that state.
Yeah, because the tokens need to be short-lived, because like at any point you should be able to go in the backend, or like you should be able to go and say that sign out of all accounts, or if I change my password, or I remove this device, or maybe as an admin, like, okay, this user is banned or anything like that. So at any point you need to be able to revoke the session, right? So if it's unknown, that like if you're at the token expired stage here, that means that the user is logged out, or like they need to log back in again. So here you just send them to the login page. And if you're on the app, then the Clerk provider will do the job of making sure that there's a fresh cookie whenever it expires.
Yeah. So how do I render that unknown page now?
That unknown, I don't know if you need to render a page, like the provider does it, right? Or you're saying that you need a separate page too?
It's actually like what middleware does. It's kind of like on the level before. So in a sense, how it does it is like the middleware. It will. So the first thing, it will check your cookie. So right, and if it's like good or bad, it will start SSR. But if it's unknown, it will render its own page that does this like JavaScript check and refresh.
Okay. I mean, we can skip the unknown for now. We can just trust the front end app to keep the token alive.
Yeah, in a sense, this is what kind of like you have Node API, and you have like middleware that does this thing. But like, how do I use like a general case?
The middleware, I don't think the middleware by default does. Like, are you talking about the Express middleware or the Next.js middleware?
Next.js.
Okay, Next.js middleware. In that case, we'll have to wait for the Astro integration so that you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, like who's going to wait? Like, you just need to do stuff.
I mean, now that there are people using it, now that there's someone using it, and in the words of Ryan Carniato, since you're someone, I used to be.
Yeah, he doesn't stream anymore, so it's like my byline is like not that funny anymore.
Looks like he's coming back to streaming now, so
yeah,
let's take a break. Yeah, so the clients, the client and the session stuff, I think that's what you'll probably end up using instead of just validating the token directly, or that's what the Astro integration will end up using. But like for now, if we just want to get it working, like we can use the auth object, and then like you can put the auth object in here.
Right. So now in that auth object, we basically think of it as like, okay, so it's not signed in. Like we can't really distinguish between like unknown and the good one. So like if I refresh
for now, we can go with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it does like a fast validation, and okay. So how do I get like a username or something, or like email?
So we just you did the clerk.users.getUserList or something like that, right? And on the other page. So you just do that get user, and you have the user ID. So instead of get user list, you just do a get user.
And now, and that one is going to be okay. So here's my question. So I have this session JWT. What does this JWT have?
It has your user ID.
It has user ID, but like no more information.
Yeah. So we need to fetch that from Clerk.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting it. So now let's go back to. I mean, yeah. So in Propel, like the big part about it is like the access to organizations. So a lot of requests are like, hey, do I have an access to this org? Do I have to access to that org? Like, where is that kind of like information?
So that's in memberships. So you know how there's clerk.users, there's a clerk.memberships. So you can get the memberships for the current user or for any user ID. And that will give you a list of the organizations that the user is in and what role they have in that organization.
Right, but I also have, but that's again, like I need to go to your API and ask about it, right?
Yeah, so because like we don't dump all of that in the token. So you need to fetch it from the database. Like you need to fetch it from the database anyways, right? Unless you encode everything into the JWT.
Does Node SDK does any kind of like caching of that information? If I ask the same, where was it?
The SDK is just a wrapper on top of the HTTP API, so you can cache it on your own, or like if you, that's why you can cache it into whatever caching stuff, Next.js, or but I guess for like once you're authenticated, you cannot cache anything really.
Say it again.
Like you cannot cache the results of an authenticated query, right?
I mean, why not? So like if user is a member of like this org, and like JWT is only there for like a minute, it's fair to assume that like if I have this JWT, that user is probably in that org still.
Okay, so you can cache it on your end then, like you have the API. Whatever caching you want to do, you can do that. You can like import from, or you can fetch from here. You can store it in like your local cache or something.
Okay, I'll again, like I'm completely lost in your docs. So now if I want to...
Okay, so what was your question? Let's go back to that then. Let's try to
so now I want to figure out how to get like user...
Yeah, right there.
User information. And okay, Clerk.
We called it Clerk client. Users? So you can rename that to Clerk. Yeah.
Okay, who's writing this?
No, go back. No, I wrote Clerk client in the thing that I sent you, which is why it made it Clerk client. So we should rename everything to Clerk to be.
Yeah, who needs to be fired for this? What is going on?
No, I sent you a code snippet.
You need to be fired. Right. Okay, I'm okay with that. Okay.
Let's go with that for sure.
So user ID is auth, and it could be undefined.
Auth can be undefined, yeah. So here where you'll check if auth is null or if auth is signed out, then you'll redirect to login page. Okay. Or you'll throw an error since this is a gRPC query.
Okay, so if not auth, do something. I guess like it was error. And yeah, there's like a different thing here, so I don't know how to. So now we know that. Okay, it still could be defined. Okay, that's
yeah,
fun.
because you can be signed out.
Yeah, and Moldva too. Okay. Yeah. So now we have this user, and we wanna console log it, and it's actually interesting. So this request now should be slower. Yes, it's 100 milliseconds because it's now it involves the network. Okay. Yeah. So if I do it twice, it's going to be twice as slow. Okay. Which is why I asked about like caching. So if it's going to...
So where would you cache something like this?
Yeah, I don't know. Like some of them do, and it's confusing. So, I mean, like funnily enough, if you use Next app directory, and if your library inside of it uses fetch, all of your requests are already cached. Like there is no way for you to kind of like to opt out of this because Next already patched the fetch globally. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but then as soon as you access the headers, the request headers and stuff, the whole page is opted out of static rendering, out of caching. That's how, like, if you're not using like headers or query parameters or stuff like that, then Next.js knows that okay, this will be cached. But if you're using those things, like here we're using cookies.
Interesting. This is not how I thought about it. I think what you're saying kind of like makes sense for like SSR and SSG switch because they have like this feature where they will try to SSG by default if it's like safe enough. What I'm saying is that if in Next.js you have like fetch, I don't know, something like that, if you have like two fetches right after one another, the first one will run, but the second one will return the cached value. And even if you're like a library author and you have like and you use fetch to get something, your library is now using next cache. Like there is no kind of like opt out of it.
Okay.
So
then I'm probably confused how data caching in Next works, because I thought that they don't actually cache the data, they cache the HTML page. But maybe
yeah. So the idea is that you have like a component one that like does fetch, and this is you have like a two siblings that need the same like user profile or like I don't know, a username.
So it cached for the request. Like if I hit this page again, like if I hit refresh.
No.
Is it still going to run fetch again?
I'm talking about the same request.
Okay. Yeah.
During the same request, you have two components that show username.
Got it.
Or something like that.
So it's more like React query cache, is what you're saying, or similar to that. Like once a fetch is made, it doesn't need to be made again. Okay.
Yeah, and it will know that like if the other user is like doing the second request, so it's like they use like a sync context or whatever it's called. But like the idea is to deduplicate requests that are done on the server during SSR, so that instead of having like a context, right, where you store some kind of like, hey, this is like SSR request for this user. Instead, everything is done through fetch. And if you're using a library that does fetch, like Clerk, it's actually kind of like now in every component you can do this like get user thing, and it will deduplicate it. And even if you do it like 10 times, only one of them will actually work.
Also, that's a next feature. Then ask Astro to add it.
No,
not Clerk responsibility, it's Astro responsibility. Then
it's actually it's not like a next feature. It's like a combination of React Server components and Next. Basically, React Server components don't work if you don't have some kind of caching, and this is the caching that Next team came up with. So like
pretty much
every React Server components implementation will have to invent some kind of caching like that. Otherwise, it's just like otherwise you have 10 fetches.
And for for libraries like Clerk, like we don't know what environment you're going to be using this in, so we cannot like hand you some pre-built caching that might work in Next and Astro but does not work in Express, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we have this user information. So now this user has like a username, name, and so on. So where does the membership stuff?
You'll have to fetch memberships. So Clerk.memberships or Clerk.organizations, I think.
Okay. And find it here.
You can literally just use TypeScript for this. You don't need to go through the docs. That's why I love TypeScript.
Yeah, I think I'm getting the idea that the docs are not the best
for the node. Kind of. Also, this is just reference docs, so that's how most docs look like for the reference page. But like we don't have like a full guide on like non-framework backends.
So do I get that if I go to like Next.js docs somewhere?
I mean, you can just do it through TypeScript as well. I don't think the next.
Yeah, I understand the TypeScript point. I don't understand the docs point. I don't think it's just not in docs, and it doesn't matter what I use.
So okay,
backend API. That's probably just like a Swagger.
That's HTTP API, right? I think. Yeah, that's HTTP API. API SDK reference, Clerk node, available methods. Yeah. So there, it was right there. So if you go back to, you have the smaller screen, so you don't have the right bar, the right navigation. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
So now on the right, you'll see invitation operations, and Somewhere in there is a, where'd it go? Get user.
I just think it's not there.
Looks like it. Okay.
Network slave.
All right, I'll make a note of that.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
I'll make a note of that.
Okay, so that's okay. I was in Clerk node, but now we're talking about Next.js. Okay, so for Next.js, you can have
No, this is a specific Next.js example. Yeah.
Yeah, and the idea is to this one is Express, this one is Node.js. So
That's
this is what's that? Is that like a API handlers that Next has?
Handler, function handler. Yeah, so this is for the pages directory.
Yeah, but that's, like the return is going to be like a JSON, right? So this is like if I want to return JSON, here is if I want to return. Oh no, this one is also handler. Okay, I'm a bit lost. Okay, so it's just like API stuff. Okay, so I'm just assuming that the stuff that we did with whatever that was, like authenticate request, that's kind of like the same level as this one, right?
Yeah.
It's basically just the next authenticate request is not documented at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do clerk client .organ I think it should be memberships on the to get the memberships. And there should be either organizations or memberships in here.
Organizations here, sessions here, users.
Okay, so it says organizations then. And there should be get organization membership list. Oh, that's for an organization. Oh, so it's in the users. Never mind.
Okay.
It is a users.get. I haven't used this in a while. Yeah, get organization membership list. And you pass in the user ID. This will give you all the organizations.
String is not assignable. It's probably like
an object
array or something.
Yeah, so user ID, and then you can pass in pagination options.
Interesting.
If somehow someone is a part of like 50 organizations, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And we can do members.
You might want to await it.
Okay. 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 Forbidden. Is that because
it logged out? The token expired, I think.
Okay. How do I get a new token if my JavaScript is not working? I think it's just like this API is not working. Yeah.
Oh.
So if I comment it out, it works. But if I try to get this, it's
Wait, what's the? Is it just forbidden? That's it. Can you wrap that in a try catch so that we see what error we're getting from Clerk?
Sure.
I guess that's organization not enabled. Yeah, so you don't have organizations enabled on dashboard.
Okay. Which is not the best default for B2B application.
I mean, we're not only for B2B. You don't necessarily have to even if you're not building B2B, you can still use Clerk. You don't need organizations necessarily. It's just an additional feature.
That's unfortunate for me because that's
fine. Everything from here works.
Okay, so interesting. So it takes 200 milliseconds because I guess we should be like running.
You can parallelize it. Yeah, you can promise all it.
Yeah, we should be getting organizations and users at the same time.
Or you can just use your unthunk thing to have them in separate methods, and only fetch them when needed.
Yeah, that's the. It doesn't do anything async. It does only lazy.
Oh, okay.
yeah, once I figure out how to do async, I will probably retire. So this is
Really?
user.
I can help you with that, maybe.
I think it's basically like, isn't that basically impossible to figure out? And
I mean,
it
if it returns a promise, if it has a dot, then that means it's an async thing. That's it. You have to just return a promise from it.
Yeah. So the problem is like, okay, so have this code. I have like if user name and user member.
Like, in that case, it doesn't return anything.
Yeah, how do you, like, if this stuff is lazy, it's okay. But if this stuff is lazy and async, it's like, okay, how do you know what, like, when you're looking at this one, you should know that you should start looking at this one, but like you're not there yet. So like, how do you, that's the same idea of like async components in React. It's like, it's impossible to solve. It's just like, you just hope that it's going to be fine. Anyway, so I'm not a member. What do I do now?
Yeah.
How to be a member?
Now you go into your app. So now you can go into your front end, your client React app on VS Code.
Yeah, I know.
And you can add an organization switcher component.
Okay, that's going to be Clerk plugin. So you're saying org switcher.
Yep. And you can show this when you're signed in.
So find signed in users. I'm going to show this. Okay.
There. So right now you have your personal workspace. You can create a new one. You can invite people to it.
Okay, I'm confused. So I have my organization, which is called personal workspace, but I'm not a member of that organization, as we saw from API, right?
Yeah, so personal workspace is not an organization. It's just like when you don't have an organization, you're in the workspace.
Yeah.
You can disable personal workspaces as well. Like the app that I'm building, I disabled personal workspaces. So you have to be in an organization, basically.
Yeah. How can I do that?
It's in your organization switcher component. There's a property for that.
Oh, I see. So, but is it enforced on the server then, or like, yeah, like if I go to like hosted AI, hosted UI.
It's not enforced there. So Clerk still thinks like basically personal workspace is that when you're not in any organization, you're on the personal workspace according to the UI. And on the UI, you can just hide that.
Okay, so if I go here, like that's my, presumably, okay. I shouldn't click to anywhere, I guess. Security, okay. So that's just one page. Organization profile, is that what I'm looking for? No, it doesn't work. Create organization.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have hosted UI for create organization.
Yeah.
Slug URL. Yeah,
like
feels
slash
like
something, whatever.
Yeah, it feels like something that people probably don't care about.
Yeah, it's automatically created. Like it takes your organization name and like lowercase hyphenates it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so from here I can click here and get to organizations, and I can create organization as well. Or if I'm here, I can create. Oh no, not here. Did I lose my session? No, maybe it's just like a wrong window. Okay, or here I can create organization. Okay, so Clerk rules. It ate the
remove the last
emoji. No, that's no fun.
URLs.
Okay, so
we cannot have random stuff we cannot have random stuff in URLs.
Yeah, you can have a lot of random stuff in URLs. That's okay. That's to invite someone. Like I don't care to invite someone. Okay, I got redirected for some reason.
Went back to slash.
That was like past stuff, right? So we have home, we have sign in user organization profile.
There's a separate like on organization create, or like on
Yeah.
There's a different callback. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
And the one below it after create organization. Yeah. So you can have you can set these if like there's an onboarding step that you want users to go through, or just go to /app.
Yeah. All of this stuff is like I'm looking at it, and this is like I'm going to write like this document for Clerk, and it's like it's already like 10 clicks that people need to do to get like the basics running.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So once you write that, let me know, and I can work on making that obsolete.
Yeah, hopefully. Okay, so we have organization finally, and that means that we are finally a member of one. So so we have an org. I'm an admin in it, and there is information about organization, and there is information about user. So going back to that idea of promise.all, I can just get membership information and get like a user from here, right?
Sure, yeah. And that's only the public user data, so yeah. You won't have like sensitive stuff in there. But then if you're not a member of any organization, you won't get anything.
Yeah, it's funny that it adds like this K and like X stuff. It just says to me that this is probably like a class.
Class, yeah. and like probably some minification process that like remove the class names.
Yeah. Class
like shorten their names.
Okay. So this is fun. So at this point, we can get Fogbender running. So Fogbender, we actually don't use the TRPC. We just use the regular like handlers, API handlers, and so then we exchange the token for like a user and member information. And the question is, so if I have two organizations,
nice. There you go.
Yeah. So like, how do I tell? Because like for Fogbender, if I'm member of different organizations, I'm going to have like a different chat, because like that's the chat that is shared with that organization. That's the chat that is shared with that organization. So like, how do I, if I want to call this function now from Clerk, how do I tell what kind of like information to use?
So we had the like a cookie. We had the use user hook. We have a use organization hook. And it gets the current active organization, whatever you have selected in the switcher.
And it's going to be like undefined if I didn't.
If you're on personal workspace, it'll be undefined. Yeah. If you're in whatever organization you've selected, it'll give you that organization.
I can still switch to personal workspace, right?
Yeah. If you want to disable that, you can in your organization switcher. There is a flag for that. I'm just forgetting what it is.
Okay, so there are a lot of clerk things that were added.
Yeah, there's a few, I would say, clerk things in there.
Okay, so that's like not that's like clerk.com, but I need like localhost. Session clerk db jwt client something. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so let's try to do that, and we will call it time, because it went much longer than I was expecting.
It did, yeah.
Yeah.
The SSR stuff took a while.
Yeah, you should definitely ping the Colin and ask him for like overtime. Okay, that's
Maybe.
definitely what you should do. Okay, so we go to routes. And
do you want to disable the personal workspace, or do you want to keep that?
I mean, it's not that it's not like a deal breaker, but if you know how to quickly do that, we can.
Yeah, just hide personal.
Hide personal, yeah.
Yep, that's it. You don't need the equals true.
There are no docs, just TypeScript types.
No, that's on docs as well. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I will keep it for now because I want to see the
Okay.
the use org stuff. So we could go back here and we will try to enable support widget now. So it will crash because we don't have a provider, but we are stronger than that. We will persevere.
There we go.
So we'll go to support widget. So it does all of this use stuff. Okay, so that means that now we need to put Clerk provider kind of like as high as possible, right? So it used to be here.
Yep.
It used to be here, but now we need to put it higher. But we can't put it higher because it's client-only component.
You can just put it there. You like it.
Yeah.
Like there are two separate routes. You can just have a Clerk provider right here as well. Like until the SSR stuff is figured out, you can just use Clerk provider like inside the routes.
Okay, so what's going to happen if I have two Clerk providers?
Like on the same page?
Yeah.
Like nested one inside the other?
Yes. Feels like it's not going to work, right?
I mean, it'll work. I'm pretty sure it'll work because it's just the context, right? So it just ignores the higher one and it uses the lower one. It uses whatever the lowest one is.
Okay, so the problem is that I can't use the higher one because it needs to be lazy loaded.
So this one will also need to be lazy loaded.
Okay.
If it's being SSR.
I think we're just going to put the support widget like in that page where we have everything working.
Okay.
And we'll figure out the rest kind of like later. Okay, so so now we can't use anything like propel. So our active arc, our auth, and something. So
both of those are now just Clerk hooks.
Yeah. So we'll start with auth as user use
auth. There's also use auth if you need it.
What's the difference?
Use user will like fetch the user information, username and everything. Use auth won't. Like same thing that we did. Like on the server we had the auth object, but to fetch the user information we had to make a request, right? So here if you just use auth, it won't have to make a request for the entire user object. Same issue?
I messed it up somewhere. It's possible that we're calling support thing from somewhere else. Okay, so I need to remove it from here probably, something like that.
Just search for import wherever you're importing Clerk.
Yeah, I just need to. It's not like the Clerk is a problem. It's the support widget is a problem. So right now I'm doing it here.
Still not working.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wait, where is? Wait. Scroll up. Go back to that. Go back to the other page.
I'm just trying to get to the state where it like anything worked.
Okay.
So
here I guess when you called use auth, it imported Clerk React, right? Which we can I guess like the entirety of Clerk React needs to be lazy loaded.
Yeah, but like if I'm not using this is probably the page that breaks it. Return. This is what I usually do. I just turn it into string.
Nice.
Yeah. So for remove this now, if I what's it? Use auth. If I do this, now works.
Oh, okay. Nice.
It's just
so a different page was rendering the same thing. That's fine.
Okay, so on this page now we need to import it, and it should not be crashing because we are not trying to import it too early. We are importing it just in time.
Yep.
So now we don't do this. We do use auth, and so it shows something. So now we do.
You can do a use organization. Yeah.
Use organization.
Yep.
Okay. Let's console log it a bit. Okay, so we have is loaded, membership, all that stuff. The same like minified stuff. Okay, so now this is, by the way, how Propel does this. They check for loading, and the user object is only exists if like loading is false. So it's basically like loading true or loading false and user, right? So
yeah, it's the same thing that we have for the user use user, right? Basically the same thing.
So user, I think it just like return like this user is like
user was null. Yeah.
So it's actually like a funny thing because it's like it's much harder to use it, but you can get you can caught some catch. You can catch some bugs with it. But anyway,
but it requires you to do additional check here.
Yeah, this is what you have to do.
And that's just because of TypeScript. That's not even JavaScript.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so we're going for.
You can just check for active org. You don't even have to check for auth, because if there is an active organization, that means you're probably logged in.
Yeah, but, so I need to use the thing.
What do you need to pass into it?
Like name and stuff.
Just call the hook directly in there.
If
you need the name, then you'll need to use use user. If you need the username.
So I'm doing. I'm not calling a hook here because of that like TypeScript thing where it's like. Yeah, but like now in this component,
it's not undefined. Yeah,
I need to check if it's undefined or not. Otherwise, if I set it like here, it's like it's there. It's like okay, then it means that it's there. So this is kind of like this is what I'm doing.
So you'll have to change the type that it's expecting for the auth.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Okay, so how
this map work? It into it. Yeah. You're gonna want to check for org.isLoaded. Okay. The org is already going. It's going to be there. It'll be an object. A second one is loaded.
About the membership list? Oh, okay. It's undefined here.
Because it's not loaded, right? So if you do org.isLoaded equals true, then you'll have memberships. Yeah, and that's an array of membership resource.
Okay. All right. Okay. TypeScript, please. Just work. Okay, so I'm getting this one from. Oops. Getting this one from. Where's it now?
It's probably not exported, so TypeScript doesn't recognize it. You might have to like directly write the import statement or add it in the import.
I guess I can just use this one maybe. Oh yeah, I need to like.
Are you gonna copy and paste it?
Narrow it down. Okay, guys, what is going on? How do I use those?
So what do you want to do? You want to use the type, right? Yeah, just import from @clerk/types.
Yeah, I see.
Right, like that.
There
you go.
Okay, so, and then membership list, I guess. Okay. So you need to remove this one. And what TypeScript is complaining about? So active org.
There's an active org.
Yeah, I forgot to remove it. Okay.
Don't you want the org? I guess membership. So membership list is, I believe, everyone who is a member of this organization.
So we need to have user ID probably as well, right?
So I'm thinking that you want the user ID and the ID of the organization. So
I need some more information. So we'll just see what we have here. Okay, so this didn't work. It's interesting. So the org worked. The membership list is undefined. Okay, so that's one of those. You deprecated it, but
membership list. No, it's I guess you might need membership list is something you might need to fetch for separately, so it's not available there. There are some there are things with TypeScript that like I also don't fully like about it. Like there are some like there's a membership list there that's probably not going to be there. So yeah, the types are a little confusing. We're working on fixing that.
Okay.
Right now.
So let's figure out what we need. We need org ID. We need org name. So this is like dot organization. So
yep.
So we have slug. We have ID. Okay. So we have ID here, and we have name. So then about the user, we need user ID, email, and picture URL. So that's. I was thinking that we can get that from membership.
You can just use user for that and get it from there. Yeah, it's not in here.
Okay, but it was on server side.
Because on server side we did get membership list. So that's a different API request. And if you want a GraphQL API, you can just so that you can fetch exactly whatever you need.
Yeah.
But usually that's an overkill sometimes.
Yeah, this is. I'm just confused how to like properly do that in terms of types. Okay, we are almost there. So
okay,
let's not.
Wait, what exactly are you confused about?
Yeah, just like a best way to send that, because it's the way that I did that with like the TypeScript narrowing basically, right? I was like, oh, but like now I know that user is defined, but like here it's like, no, I don't really. It's like it's not helping me that much. So it's probably just better to just like use the hook as we.
I mean, you can here in the types you can have a user property and an organization property. You don't need memberships.
Yeah.
Or you don't need like So those are the only two things you need, right? You need the organization. You need the user.
So the problem is like, so I have this org, right? So, okay, let's call it like good org. So if I set it to org, I can type it because it has like a name type. It's user organization return.
Okay.
But if I do like org is loaded, right? So like if I do it here, so now type of this thing is like this. Like literal. There is no way for me to write like a type for this. So
you don't need a type for in the entire thing. All you need is the organization resource and user. Like you can just grab the organization resource type and pass that into internal.
Right, and if I need organization and membership list, like I have to like
you can have them separately.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like at some point it's just like, okay, let me just like infer everything, and I'm not. There's like no point in trying to like name every type, and this is where I'm like, okay, let's just do the.
So you wanna infer everything now?
Huh?
So never ignore. I don't know what I was thinking.
Okay.
I forgot. The type inference debate came back into my head. That's it.
Yeah. So I probably did this. Now I'm thinking I probably did this separately again because I have this query, and that query is kind of like a side effect, but it's a hook, so it's like a conditional hook. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we do org and we say org resource.
Yep.
And we do user, and we say some kind of like user resource.
Just user. I think it's just user.
Yeah, but it's like it's
is
like
it imported?
Is it user like isn't it like user?
You can you need the username and everything, right? So you can change the use auth to use user, because you do need the user information. It's not in here.
Yeah, so it's like IDs, and
yeah, it's just the ID.
Just ID. It has to be user. Okay.
Yeah.
So now this user has.
Now you have the user object in there.
User.user. And it's interesting that it didn't show the like loading state.
The class or the loading state. Because it was hot reload, right?
No. It's even if I do like a full refresh, it's right there, like in loaded state. It's
because we called it inside signed in component. Like if you see where support widget is being
that
rendered on the route, it's inside signed in.
Okay. And again, like we're checking the thing that is like not ever going to happen.
Yeah. There isn't really a way to do that with TypeScript, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. So we decided that this is a user return, but we are going to.
Oh, it is a user resource. Okay.
Yeah,
my bad.
User resource. Because it's already good. Okay. And now we just need to figure out what type it is. It's
Yep. Right here.
It's the same thing. Okay. And so we'll start here, I guess. So it's user and org. So it's user. It's just
should be user.id.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And org.id.
So yeah, it's org.id. Okay, that's the query part. Okay, so this is the bearer token. We don't need to send that with Clerk because Clerk has already set the cookie. So this is like out of all the complications that we did, this is simplification. So I'm already happy.
Finally.
We are also sending like a org ID here because org ID is not a part of the cookie because like orgs are additional premium feature that no one needs to use. That's why it's like it's an afterthought, and that's why we need to do that manually.
And you were just roasting us for doing the exact same thing.
Okay. So it's not, we just don't need all of it anymore. Okay. So this is org ID. This is presumably just name. This is ID. Email is interesting.
Yeah, email address.
Or multiple ones. Primary email address, I guess.
So multiple email addresses because you can add multiple, but you might want to just use the primary email address here.
Yeah.
And if you do, is that a string or is that a? I don't think primary email address is a string.
Yeah, it seems like could be null.
No, so email address resource, you can go in there and I think you have a .address. Yeah, .email address in there.
Oh, no.
So primary email address, it should be.
Because it could be like verified or unverified, right? That's basically the reason why it's.
But on Clerk dashboard, you can enforce that email should be verified at all points. So you can basically
one more line in the instructions. Okay.
So no, by default it's on. You have to go in there and turn it off if you want users to be able to log in without verifying their email, then you can turn it off. But by default, it's on. Also, since you don't have password auth, it's fine. It's already verified.
And
this is... Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say, so don't worry about it. Okay, so this is going to be like user ID, and this is going to be like org ID, something like that. That's fine. This case. So now token is not right because it could be something is not right. It's not assignable.
Do you just want a string for the token there?
No, so token is fine. I mean, something is not assignable. I just
What's
don't
the type of this token that fogbender config is expecting? Seems like a token type.
Yeah. I think it's like username because it could be a null instead of like undefined. I think that's why it's.
Oh no, email address can be null. Yeah, so you can default that to an empty.
Yeah, there is something like about like nulls and undefineds that it doesn't like. Yeah, it's
probably
like fine with undefineds, but not fine with nulls. So
okay.
It's.
I mean, I don't think full name. Oh yeah, if you log in with an email and magic link, then Clerk doesn't know your name unless you go in there and set it. So name can be undefined.
Okay, so we are through with those types. So now we do. Now we need to figure out how to send this. So it's like user equals user, org equals org, but now it's like it's not narrow enough. So if we do.
Oh no, I think it's user.user because here user is the user use user return type, right?
Point, yes. So if you do user, maybe like something like that. No.
And same thing with org dot organization. Yeah.
That. Oh, interesting. Okay.
And you need to check for that in the if.
Oh yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so now let's see if that request actually went through. Okay, so it sent the request. The payload was org ID, and we are sending like some cookies. So now in the Fogbender API, where we're getting stuff, we are getting token from cookies. So that's gRPC stuff. It would be easier if I just like reuse gRPC here, but I just like wanted to showcase that you can use both. And yeah, unfortunately, that's the.
That's how it ends up being. Yeah, we wanted to show something can be done, and then now the code is unmaintainable.
Yeah, we all know that gRPC is better, right? But like sometimes people don't want better. And then
you have to grab __ session out of this.
Yeah. Right. So this is just cookie, and token is cookie. Can you change that? Like, is it like a configurable thing, or it just the thing that they should trust you guys that?
The __ session.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to.
I mean you're like, this is like incompatible with Firebase. But what if like something else shows up and takes over your __ session, and now you need to do 3 _ sessions, and like my application now doesn't work?
I mean, if something shows up, it's smaller than Clerk, so they're the ones who should be changing stuff.
Okay.
But okay, yeah, like if we do change it, because like again, we are only doing this because there isn't an Astro integration. So ideally, it would be hidden under the Astro integration, and we just push an update and it works, right? And like we're trying to keep backwards compatibility.
Yeah, I think this is like not a scalable approach in a sense. It's like if you don't have like it's like it's Astro for now, but like the next day I'm going to go and ask about like supporting Fresh. Like it's never going to be. You're never going to write all the libraries.
Okay, yeah, we're going to write the ones that we want to support, and we want to support Astro.
Okay. So we do this authenticated request stuff now because we have the token. I'm not sure why is it in try catch, but maybe it was important.
They're like, who needs error handling? Who needs try catch?
Yeah, let's move everything. Okay, so you're saying that this should be Clerk or Clerk client?
Yeah, I named it Clerk client because I was the project that I copied it from. I created a new Clerk client with like custom, like the secret. Like it wasn't Clerk secret key. It was some other name which it couldn't automatically pick up. So I had to give it a different name. So I ended up calling it Clerk client.
Okay, so but we're going for Clerk. That's
that's what it does in the documentation.
Okay, so it's header token now, and we do this. Okay, so and it's signed in. Okay, so signed in is good, but not enough. So we need to get user ID and org ID.
What is that method name? Validate access token and get user with org info. Holy shit! Are these Java people?
I don't know, because they have like they have like a 10 versions of this, because like one of them is like
of course
only does JWT. It just depends on like how many words you put. It depends on how many fetch requests they do, right? So it's
holy shit.
Yeah. So now how do I? Yeah. So you see that the problem is like we got. We did all the checks on client, but like we don't trust the client, presumably, right? So now we have the session, but that again, like we don't trust it. So now we need to go and like check somehow that it's not the right thing, and the session doesn't have like so like does this user has the access to this org?
Okay, yeah. So you can just get the same thing that we did on the other side, which is get organization memberships with the user ID, and then you can check if the org ID that we just got from the client is in there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So so to get user ID, we do auth.
Yeah. Response dot
auth we get from to auth. Okay. So what's wrong? Does not exist.
Auth can be null.
Right. So that's why we had this thing, and that's why we had this thing. Okay, so this is Clerk again, and so now we have members, and so in those members we have
you call it token. The console log, I mean.
Right. Okay. So let me just start a bit. So we only need user ID and we only need customer ID. So we don't need any of this stuff. I guess like the comment. I will keep the comment. It should be like here. So now, how do we get user ID? So user ID, we got it from auth. So that's already good. The only problem is like we need to make sure that it's the same user on client, but it should be fine for our
case. It is because we got it from the JWT.
So now, yeah, I wonder if there's like a simpler request that we can do. So auth access user list user. Yeah, I guess that's the only one that we have. So now we have members, and so each member is okay. I guess let's start with this. So member has ID, but there is also organization, and organization has ID. So so here's the thing.
But you want to check if they have access here or not yet?
So we got the request, and that request has a org ID, and we need to check that this org ID is the same one as here. So we want to check.
You can just do members.sum.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's where the comment goes then. So if I do
.sum is better.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like in terms of the control flow. So it's like if this is
so the .sum returns a boolean and it'll checks in there.
Yeah, so if that's doesn't work. Okay, so now I do sum, and if I have member organization that is that equals to org ID, that's good, and if not, that's not good. Which is not the best readable code, I guess. We could do has org, something like that. If not has org, then do this.
Perfect.
Okay, so this should be good, and we have the widget. Do we? It's like it's I don't see it. What's?
Oh, there's something in there.
I think my DevTools just died. Yeah.
Do you have an infinite loop somewhere?
No.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, just.
So hot reload didn't work, so I just had to refresh.
Oh no! Now I got into new organization because like all the org IDs changed. I was like, why don't I see all the history that was there?
It's a new org.
Because it's a new org. But I guess like dev roles, and now Dave, by the way, right?
Yep.
Now if I go to this one, it pinged me on this. Where is it?
Nice.
Yeah, I got them as a support agent.
As the agent, yeah.
I got the message.
Cool.
So this one is clerk rules, but now if I go to like personal one, it's like
it's no longer there. Yeah.
Like
so that's why you might want to hide personal.
Yeah, and we can do that by.
Or you can make like a personal support as like the customer ID can just be the user ID, and then you have the personal support as well.
I guess it's a question of like, why do you need team support to talk to one person? That's kind of like...
So that's up to you. Like if you want a personal support environment in there, you can do that by just using the user ID as the customer ID in your Fogbender. Or if not, just hide personal.
Okay.
Cool.
So and it should reset it. Like when I click on it, it should.
I think
it should do the other one, but maybe I like
it did not.
There should be like a key for this one. The easiest way is to do like key equals like a
organization
user.
ID. No, organization ID, right? Because the user isn't changing. Oh, you want to
add? Technically,
okay.
but probably this is probably better. Okay, so now I'm in the Clerk rules, and now, I'm in Dev rules. Cool, Dave.
Nice. Both are fine. 99% people call me Dev anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know when Nicola asked this question, but where we at is that we try to replace Propel with Clerk. We got into the issue where is it? I don't remember where it was, but we got into the issue where Clerk login, Clerk provider was just like destroying our SSR. And so we could that is like top level provider. So like our whole app stopped working because of this. So we kind of like got rid of it, but we still have to use it on our pages because it needs to go through that like app sync style stuff. So with Propel, I did it kind of like for myself, right? I was checking if we got like a new token and setting a cookie. You guys are doing it for me basically. So, but like I still need to have your SDK running at all times. Otherwise, like my like requests are going to be like 401s because it's like you're not authenticated. And which is why we like at Fogbender we roll our own auth so that we don't have to run like SDKs kind of like all the time. Which I didn't measure how much is your SDK. Is it big?
You can check it out.
Yeah,
shouldn't be too big.
Oh, well, it'll take some time. Yeah. So and
nice.
Yeah, I forgot to Doppler run it, and
Wouldn't that be a part of your build script?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's it could be a bit like how do I say it? I like that it's like a explicit thing where you can run without Doppler, because you can
that makes sense.
Test something for like if I wanna test something, I can do like this equals that, right? How regular it works. But what if I want to test of like stuff that is like only 2 environment variables set? Which is probably like a kind of like my problem as like the author of this thing. It's not going to affect like the real users, but who knows? Okay, we still have like some stuff that depends on Propel, so it doesn't build it completely. I guess we can just settings. Which one is it?
It's probably more than one. Like you'll disable this, but then something else will show up.
Yeah.
You can just add back the Propel provider to make them all go away.
Good. Yeah, so we will try to do something like return all for this, and yeah, we use. I think we
can also like disable all those routes. I guess these are Astro pages. Wait, are you using Propel auth for your just MPA pages, or only in the app?
I mean, I could, but it's like it's kind of like more work. So I don't know.
Okay.
So
right I thought that's where the issue was.
Yeah, right now it's only in the app, and otherwise it's going to be like kind of like harder to explain what is going on.
Yeah, same issue.
Yeah, so org ID, yeah, we depend a lot of stuff on Propel, so it's going to be hard to build it. But I guess we can just go to bundle.js and check the which one is it? Clerk. One. This is like the most accurate one in terms of bundle sizes.
Yeah, but it shows without any tree shaking, right? Like the entire bundle.
Yeah, that's kind of like the difference. So you can set it up. So like it has like a star right now, but if you only like get the user, it's a bit.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, I use it for my ROD event listener because it's like 100 bytes tree shaken.
Okay. What does it do?
It's like a silly tool in a sense.
So it returns the cleanup function instead of having to do that separately. That's nice.
Yeah, so it's. I have like more examples here, but like for use effect, for example, when I have like a thing. I can just like write return rad event listener. So it's like it just, like all of this code is written down here so that you kind of like see how it works. But this is how it could work, right?
Nice.
Just return cleanup function, and you don't have to like type anything. So like this e.key works perfectly kind of like TypeScript wise.
Nice.
Because otherwise, if you have it is a separate function. Where is it? I have example somewhere, but Yeah, you have to like do something like that. So, and it's basically like a TypeScript kind of like wrapper, right? So it's like it shouldn't be more than 100 bytes anyway. So it's like
I played Diablo and streamed while you guys are coding. Nice.
yeah,
Good.
I didn't get to Diablo. They didn't do the macOS version. So yeah.
I haven't played any games in a long while. Damn, I got a lot of follows. I didn't notice. Bryce Guy, Ashish, and Sorokar. It's 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. Damn.
Yeah,
I wasn't looking at
Sorokar
Twitch.
is my boss, by the way.
Ooh. All right, good to see you here. If you're still here, that was 2 hours ago. D3 was the best on a Mac.
Yeah, I played D3 on the Mac.
Nice.
It works okay. So yeah, it's 47 kilobytes, which is not huge, but like not insignificant, if that makes sense. But if your cookies are
you have TRPC and whatever else in there.
Yeah.
So, and I think that might include React. So like if you already have
No, that's without React. If it included React, you would have noticed. So by the way, this is like the tree shaking thing. So like without tree shaking, it's 47 kilobytes. But if I only use like this thing, it's 30 kilobytes.
Yeah, so tree shaking does not make too much difference.
Right. It's probably like for stuff like UI for login button or something like that. That right? If you use user, like you don't need that, and it's not cheap.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay.
But it's pre-built components and everything, so it's heavy.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? That was a fun ride. I think I definitely am going to push more on the Astro integration.
Yeah,
so I mean, get that running.
I'm just curious how would Astro integration look like, because like what
I'm going to leave that up to Ben Holmes. And
is Ben like working for Clerk now? How
he's not working for Clerk. He's working with us on the Astro integration. So he's working with our engineer on the Astro integration piece.
Interesting.
Because like we are going to need to know some internals of Astro. So he's going to help there.
Right, and that's kind of like where my question comes in. So if you're talking about Astro, there are like basically like 3 main parts. Where was this thing?
Middleware's GG, yes.
So this is like the Astro front matter. So this is the kind of like Astro server components. Yeah. So this is the code that runs only on the server. And
I know a little bit about Astro, so yeah, I know this part.
You can like stream and like async await and all of that kind of like fancy stuff that like wasn't in React just a few moments ago. And
a few moments ago.
Yeah, so for example, what I do here is that I do this like remix router SSR thing. So the idea is that this routing could result in like a redirect, and this is going to return me a redirect without running any Astro or any like React components, if that makes sense. So if I'm on like if I'm on a page that requires sign in, and during routing I know that like I'm not signed in, I'm going to get a redirect here as just like 302 redirect instead of rendering the whole HTML and then like JavaScript redirect to login page, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I have to write this kind of like manual part of checking if that's true. So what Astro middleware does is that they just like added it. I hope they documented it. So what Astro middleware does is that you can have this kind of like next function, right? So it's if you do your like authentication check or something like that here, you just can like not call the rest of the middleware or like the Astro rendering and be done with it. So this part could be actually kind of like put into middleware, and I could kind of like hide it.
Yep.
So in a sense, when I get I forgot, like user list, or like if I talk to Clerk, I can just go and like add this to like all of my pages, or I can have a middleware that will like protect like those routes. Or then it's a question like, how do I turn on this middleware? Do I write like Astro integration? Because for example, like React is an Astro integration, but they have some other ones, right? So this could be like Clerk. And
is that how middleware works? Like, how do you add a middleware in Astro right now?
So I didn't play with that. I actually wanted to get someone like from Astro to talk about it, but I guess they're like too
looks
busy.
like it's this src middleware.js.
Yeah.
So what we might end up doing is something similar to how we're doing it in Next.js middleware, which also runs before every request. But when you configure the Clerk middleware in there, it has a property called public routes. And that's where you define the pages or the routes where you don't want authentication. Like if you're not logged in, you should still be able to see those pages. So you can configure those in the middleware. So like you can have like a slash, whatever is on your index, your slash route. If you put that in public routes, then like you can go to slash without having to sign in.
Yeah, and so one way would be like Clerk just provides you a function that you like call, or there's like some kind of like chaining of things. I forgot how they call it, sequence. Yeah, so like sequence like this, and this, and like one of those functions is just like Clerk something, right? And I can like move them, change the order in the sequence. So if we are talking about integrations, so integrations can have their own middleware, as far as I remember. I don't think there's like any integrations that use it yet, but they could technically. And that's a bit like harder to configure, because if you want to pass some options, like as you said, like public routes, right? It requires like Astro server to restart and all that stuff. So it's like not everyone has like TypeScript running here and so on. So it's like it's just like a not as fun thing as I think.
Yeah.
I would say that like don't use Astro integrations unless you really need to.
That's fair.
And talking about like we will need to figure out like Astro internals. That's kind of like all the internals that there are. It's you have request response, you have front matter, and you have middleware. So the request response stuff is what we saw in the Fogbander.ts file. So this is where you're like, okay, I have requests and I have a response, right? 200 or like some error. so that's the only all internals basically.
I mean, when I said you were going to pay, I guess I also meant that it's not just like because it's a Node SDK, right? And the next middleware, it doesn't use the Node SDK because it doesn't run on Node. So it's more that like it's more than just like getting the request and like parsing the. I guess I don't know how Next.js middleware fully works. Like it doesn't use the Node SDK. It's probably like re-implementing them
I think
in a way
does.
that doesn't use Node.js runtime.
Haven't we looked at their code and we figured that it does? Yeah.
Clerk SDK node. So that's for the backend, but for the middleware, like when you use the middleware function, that doesn't depend on SDK node, so that it can run on Vercel Edge.
Oh, I see. Yeah. When you compile it, they like Next could compile into like Edge runtime and into like a Node runtime, right?
Yeah. And so for Edge runtime, we cannot have this.
Yeah. Astro, by the way, I think they just published 2.8 or whatever. Yeah, and they added this like this edge middleware like style, where when you compile Astro, middleware could be compiled as a separate edge thing. Again, like I haven't played with that yet, but
cool.
yeah, don't sleep on Astro.
I'm not sleeping on Astro. Clerk is.
Yeah, it's if you create a good integration, that would be really cool. And
Yep.
yeah,
I think that there's some meeting for this happening next week, like, so it should happen very soon.
Yeah, just make them watch our 4-hour stream.
Yep. And I guess like if it's not for the middleware, then like just to make sure it works with SSR, we will need some Astro internals or redo the integration somehow. I don't know.
It seems like just like the package is kind of like bundled silly way. Yeah, and just speaking of like bundling packages, this is what I'm like playing with right now, and it's like a fun thing that like that rat thing. It's you basically write it as Dino's thing, so it's like mod.ts, right?
Nice.
And you run this build script, and it creates npm version of this package, and you publish that. So it's like it will bundle, compile, like do all of that stuff that like never works in Node.
Can you send me a link to that?
Which
the
one?
Dino thing?
DNT?
The thing you're talking about?
Yeah.
DNT
no,
fun method.
I can't send it here, so I will send it later.
What do you mean? You can just send it on Twitch chat.
Yeah, it's
just send it on StreamYard chat.
Yeah, this doesn't work for some reason, so that's what I said.
Wait, the StreamYard chat isn't working?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, it's a like I think AppStash or whatever the new startup thing. They have this all of their stuff. I think this one. Yeah, it's also using DNT. This one.
Nice.
So their configuration is like much more involved, of course, because like my function is like doesn't have any dependencies and all of that stuff. But like the more stuff that you depend on, the more like the more
Redis, so it probably does IO calls. So it needs
the more differences between like Dino and Node, and you have to like describe all of this stuff. Yeah, I don't know where their like build script is. So I pressed something wrong. Okay. Thank you so much for doing this. I hope they pay you overtime.
I'll get that figured out. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I was hoping, of course, for like a bit more. For a bit smoother experience.
Yeah, the SSR stuff kind of screwed with us.
Yeah, the most of the features are there. It's just like it's just like understandable differences. But yeah, the tricky part is that like that unknown thing, unknown state, or I forgot how they call it, but like I think I tweeted about it before. I just need to
really
find it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, again, like, those are things that should be hidden from like anyone.
Yeah,
like anyone trying to use Clerk.
I guess everyone but me, right? That's the.
Yeah, because you decided to. I mean, that's just what you sign up for. You do that. I mean, it's not just with Clerk. Like you. Like every time I see something, whatever you're tweeting out, you're trying out something before it's like stable, or before it's there.
Right? Isn't that the point of like?
It is, yeah. So yeah, good. Thank you for doing this, and we'll definitely. I'll take this back and I'll try to push on the Astro integration so that it's not this painful. What else?
Yeah, but anyway, so I was talking like everything is kind of there. Like all the names are like a bit different, right? But it's like the technology is there. The things that like I want to play with is that like that intermediate state. I want to see your kind of like middleware kind of like style integrations that are unfortunately like all of them are just like depending on like Next or Remix or something like that, right? They're like not standalone stuff. And the other thing is that like I forgot. So I was thinking about like UI integration, like how we can kind of like customize something that like if you want to like do it in our style or something like that, right? Middlewares, and the most interesting part for me is like SSR is like where you like store all those cookies and like what do you do when it's like cookies like 1 day old instead of like 1 minute old and all that stuff. And it's unfortunately like none of that interesting stuff is ready. But we will figure something out. But that's why even if you use a servers, you have to roll your own things anyway.
Shouldn't have to. That's the whole point.
In some senses, you still have to like configure like your as we were talking about like your public routes and your private routes. So there is still a lot of configuration, or like configuring all of those like endpoints, right? Or enabling organizations, and but then like switching off the like the personal workspace, right? So like there are still a lot of things that it doesn't matter if you're using like a framework or if you're using a servers. There's still kind of like almost the same amount of stuff that you need to customize to make it your own. So that's why it's just like a bit of a silly
I mean you need to customize, but then like does adding a hide personal equals to true? There's that on one side. On the other side, it's implementing your own multi-tenancy from scratch. Or so I mean you have to there's a little bit of customization versus a lot of rolling on your own.
And there are frameworks that don't make you roll a lot of your own. If you use like Laravel, right? It's instead of setting up the Clerk API key, you set up like the Redis like URL, right? So it's like that's the extent of configuration you have to do there, and you will get the same features. So
similar features,
sure, I'm just
you still own all the. You still own the like dependencies. You still own all the data and everything. I guess when you update, it's a part of Laravel. So when you update Laravel, you get the new stuff. That's fair.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like it's just like it's a spectrum on the services side. It's like you can use servers to store your database, or you can use a service to store your user database, right? And
with additional features,
you can use a framework to store your just like tables, because like this is like the other alternative. So like for me, for B2B SaaS Kit, I'm looking at I'm already a contributor. Funny,
nice.
I thought they didn't merge that, so I don't know why I'm a contributor, but so when I'm looking at this, I see Supabase, I see Clerk, I see Propel, and on the like roll your own stuff, I see like something like Lucia, right? So there I need to configure like where I'm going to store my data, but otherwise it's like instead of, as I said, like instead of like Clerk API keys, I just say like here's my database URL. That's kind of like in terms of
Okay. So in that case, what I would recommend is like you can go through the dashboard a little and see all the different features. And if there is an open source library that has all those features, then yeah, maybe you might want to just use that instead.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying that it could be like it doesn't matter if it's a service or it's a framework.
But is there?
I don't know.
There isn't one. If you want to build one, sure, but like there isn't one right now, and it's probably for a reason because there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the stuff that's.
Like imagine even something as simple like getting started with a new project, and then if you use something like Lucia, Lucia is open source, right? So it's like Snexdot.
Yeah. I think they're doing basically the same thing as that.
Yeah, but then like let's say you want GitHub OAuth, you'll have to spend a lot of time like going to GitHub, creating an OAuth application, copying the credentials from there, and like putting them in your environment, right? With Clerk, you don't need to do that as long as you're developing. Like you only need to get the OAuth credentials from GitHub, from Google, from Twitter, whatever you're using once you're going to production.
Right. But that's not true, for example, for Propel Auth, right? There, even if I'm doing development, I have to use the other one. So
yeah, and Propel Auth probably they can do it, they're just not doing it. And open source libraries, they cannot do it. Like these will
exactly.
Yeah, and then one of the what that enables is that, let's say, preview deployments. Like with preview deployments, you cannot have like OAuth callback URLs because it's a new generated URL, but that works with Clerk.
Can you say it again?
So like, do you use preview deployments? You're deploying to Vercel, right?
Yeah.
So like, if you make a pull request, do you get a preview URL? Can you log into that?
Yeah, with Propel.
With Propel, yeah. You can log in with Propel, you can log in with Clerk, you cannot with with Nextauth or with Lucia because it's a newly generated URL for every preview deployment.
Sure.
And you would need a callback URL.
I would have to roll my own kind of like a third like domain, right? That with some kind of like hosted URL. That
and you get all of that.
Yeah, and like to be fair about like the about like all those frameworks, right? For example, in like UberAuth that we use on like Elixir, there is no UI for that. There's like just a REST.
Right.
If you send like this request, you will get that request, and that's all, that's all that it does. I think in like a live view, or I forgot, like there are like some integrations that allow you to give that add UI for that, and like in Nextauth, I think they also provide UI for the library, right? But like in Lucia, for example, they don't give you UI. So this is basically the flow that you need to do. Like, hey, read the form, like send this. So it's like, okay, now I need to create a form. Now I need to like make UI. Now I need to add like all the error states and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So just
honestly, I didn't think that pre-built UI can be done properly because I used Firebase, I used Nextauth, I probably also used, I don't think I used Supabase Auth at that point. Oh no, I did. I built a project with Firebase, then I moved it to Supabase. I was using Supabase Auth and database. And then I came across Clerk. I'm like, oh, so this is how you do pre-built components, right? You put the entire authentication flow in them, and you make it actually customizable. And Firebase customization is horrible.
Yeah,
but I really like the customization that this provides, Clerk.
Yeah, and with Clerk we saw like all that kind of like routing that you have to do, like kind of like on top of it, right? So to build like the whole flow, right? So if I need to go to the like to
we didn't do any routing.
Right, we didn't, but like we looked at it a bit. So like if I go to a login page, but then I need to like verify my email, but then I need to like insert my 2FA or something like that. Like all of this stuff needs to be there, and you need to be able to like to jump between all of them.
Yep. And
it's like Lucia like will have to write like, I don't know, like tons of documentation, right, to to explain how to build that for like every framework and all that stuff, instead of working on like all that UI. That anyway, my point was that like all of them are Spectrum. Like there are frameworks that need you like more work or less work, and all the services are Spectrum, because like on one side you have Clerk, but on the other you have like Cognito, right?
Depends on what the spectrum is. Is it
Right.
complexity and ease of use? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's just like imagine you have like a task of like, oh, just like spin up like a user pool. It's like, oh, but like I would rather not. It's like if you need to add like any like small feature, oh yeah, just write a Lambda function for it. Oh, just don't forget to set all the privacy like settings
and upload it as a zip file.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's a authentication service. That's not a framework. That's much easier. It's like it takes care for all that stuff for you.
Yeah. So Clerk, have you did you watch any of the talks at Reactathon? It was streamed live on YouTube, but there's also like YouTube videos on it.
I watched a lot, and so you have to be a bit more specific.
Did you watch Colin's talk, which was components as a server, or a component is worth 1,000 APIs?
Yeah. I think I did.
Yeah, I think that talk basically like it very neatly sums up kind of why Clerk is a really nice experience, because like there's no APIs. It's like everything is a component on the front end, at least, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of I think it's kind of a new philosophy that some more projects are trying to adopt, and more projects should adopt, which is that if you're making stuff for front-end developers, just give them components, don't give them APIs. Because you see what happens with if you give them APIs, right, in Lucia documentation.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not a component, right? That's API.
Yeah, this is on that's why I said front end. This is the server side.
Yeah.
We're looking at server side.
That's the kind of like cool promise of like server components, where you can package everything, including server. So it's like if your component knows how to like read cookies, write cookies, do redirects, store its own state or whatnot, it becomes like much more
pretty
interesting.
Much, yeah. This is exactly why this is kind of exactly what I didn't say those exact words, but my video on why I am excited about React Server components, that were basically the idea that components are no longer just render UI and hold state. Components are things that talk to databases, talk over a network, or talk to cookies and stuff. So that's a lot of possibilities there. I'm thinking of building like a feature flag library on top of React Server components. I need to play more with what that looks like and implementing it. Like imagine you can just add a feature tag, a feature component on your as a server component, and it automatically like takes that and stores that in the database as well. What are feature flags? Great question. You want to take this one?
So in B2B SaaS Kit, we have integrated with Pathhog. Oh,
nice.
Okay, sign it out. Well, I don't remember what I used to sign in with it.
That's fine.
I guess.
Basically, feature flags are a way to like have a feature in production, but only have it visible to a subset of users instead of all users. That's basically it. Like if you go to Chrome://flags, you'll see a bunch of feature flags that Chrome has, and you can like enable or disable them individually.
Yeah, the idea is that you have like API wise, you have a thing that you can call and say, hey, should we show that to a user? And it's like,
yeah, so you remember how we have the signed in and signed out components? We can just have something like this.
Yeah, and the cool thing about feature flags, like when it becomes kind of like cool or useful and all that stuff, is when this function returns like true or false in some like complicated way. So for example, you can say that like this feature available only to like 5% of your users, or it's only available like in that country, or it's like just depending on, I don't know, like a browser or something like that. So it's like when you can run like experiments like that, and for that you need to kind of like some kind of like backend, right, that controls feature flags. That's where you can do like some like rolling out features. Like I think like Google does that a lot, where they're like, oh, this feature is like, I don't know, it's only available like in these countries and like for 5% of the users.
Yeah,
and
which is why this will work great for, as a server component. Because you can read data from database, you can read authentication, you can read location, internationalization, whatever.
Yeah, it's similar to A/B testing. So
similar concept.
testing, you need to have some kind of like a feedback as well. So it's like we turned on this feature and our I don't know, like our load times are faster now. So,
feature flags and A/B testing, basically similar concept. The difference is that with A/B testing you're looking for feedback, and also like A/B testing is you're testing two versions of the same thing basically. With feature flags is that with feature flags is that okay, this feature is there or this feature is not there. So it's like a 0-1 testing, more like, I guess. And you can look for feedback with feature flags. It's just like feature flags by themselves, they don't mean that you're tracking and you're looking for feedback. It's just that
it could be as simple as like we have our paid customers, but some of them are like enterprise users, and we will going to show this feature only for enterprise users, and once they're happy we will roll it to everyone. Or maybe like to turn it on only for our own organization or something like that.
I mean, like, we went to Clerk dashboard to enable organizations, right? That's basically a feature flag. Until then, the endpoint was throwing an error.
Yeah. It's not A/B test, right? It's a feature that we turn on or turn off.
Now I understand what he's building. Oh, okay.
Well,
cool. I am
okay. Yeah, let's
probably end now soon.
Yeah, let's get let's turn off the how do you call it, screen sharing, so that I don't cause the I didn't cause the
you can also like turn off you can also like stop sharing, stop presenting, and that'll go away.
Yeah, it doesn't look as nice when I do it.
Fair.
Okay,
all right.
We almost did 5 hours, so thank you so much for doing this. And
no problem. It was fun.
Yeah, hit me up once you have something to show me.
I mean, if there is a Clerk Astro integration, I'm sure you'll be the first one to like that tweet.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, there isn't a proper Astro integration, right? And I still use it, so it's like I will probably use it before. So
yeah, it does less work, so it can play nicely, but Clerk does more work.
Well, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. I think it does basically the same work, but yeah, we'll see. Like I will try to push it a bit more, and I will let you know.
Cool. Yeah. All right, let's see who we're raiding. Who can we raid? Who's live right now? There is Griffing is live. You can just raid Griffing. I don't see anyone else. Yusirin is co-streaming. Is this in English though? Yeah, I don't think that's in English.
What's the cost?
Sorry?
You said that someone is co-streaming.
Yusirin. It's like they might be using guest star, but there's like 2 people on the stream.
Oh, co-star, yeah. Oh, guest star, yeah.
I guess if you want to continue talking about feature flags, we can just go to Griffin.
For some reason, you're kind of like cutting out. I don't know if like.
Threads v Twitter, no thanks.
Yeah.
Twitter. Threads is
my post on Threads went viral. It had like 5 likes. So.
Damn, that's huge. All right, we're raiding Griffing. Thank you everyone for showing up. This was a lot of fun. And I'm going to go live again tomorrow to work on the Espresso app again. I need to start working on serverless Espresso. Cool.
Cool.
I'm going to end on YouTube. Thank you very much. And